carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Greetings everyone. Welcome to the Masai Mara of Kenya. We have buffaloes here resting. These are all buffaloes. My name is Tim. Welcome aboard to your very own Safari Live from the African wilderness. In the Masai Mara of Kenya, we have all buffaloes resting here. My name is Tim, and behind camera we have Big James. Very sunny, bright morning today. How wonderful is it to wake up to this? We have all the bulls resting here. Look at the one just in front of us. Seems like he's worn out his horns. Seems like how many times he's fought. So the other bulls are keeping up because there's strength in numbers. So these bulls will always be here because the grass is soft here, it's close to the marshes, and a very nice open place. So when it comes to security, they will gang up and assist if one of them is being attacked by a lion or maybe hyenas. You can see oxpecker land on one of the buffalo. Oxpeckers play a vital role when it comes to picking the ticks and other parasites. And sometimes you'll see these buffaloes wallowing in the mud. Look at his face. What an old bull. Looks like he was scrapping off in the mud. His face is full of mud. There's an oxpecker there. Lost his horns. You wonder how many times he's fought, what he's come through. If only he could tell a story about his life and what he did. I would love to listen to his story. Then we have this other bull. Looks like also an old one, but the horns are still intact. The one at the back looks like his horns are super sharp. So this guy's always in a tag team. So when it comes to going to the marsh where it's safe for them when the grass is soft, it's also beautiful for when you watch them. So because we have a hyena here. Where are you going, buddy? See, buffaloes are too big for these guys, but sometimes you see them mobbing a buffalo. If it's a big clan, they are known to attack bigger prey. So this hyena is returning back to its den. Yeah. Change course, walked into the grass. Now, these buffaloes are old simply because you can see how they are seated there resting. They take turns during the day to graze and go to the water. Because their molars or teeth are worn out, that is the reason they have to stick around the marshes. But if the big herds come around here, these bulls will try and go into the herd, try to mate with the females in the herd. And sometimes they fight off the bulls within the herd. So buffaloes really don't have territories. They have what we call home ranges. And these guys also, the old bulls have also their home range, which is at least 3 or 4 kilometers square wide. So they don't walk out into another home range. So home ranges don't overlap. So they will always stick within their home range, a place where there's adequate water and grass. What are you staring at? So after a little rest during the day, you'll see them grazing, walking to the water, drink, and then mud wallow. A typical behavior observing these bulls when they mud wallow. It's always nice when you see them covered in mud. Remember, we're coming to you live from 6 different locations. while you're watching these buffaloes here, we're going to send you to another safari vehicle.
Good morning from Tswalu, Kalahari. One part of the continent, the sun is up and about, and the other side, the moon is setting. How amazing is that? We can watch a sunrise and a moon set in one little gap. Good morning, my name is Carl. Behind camera is Glenn. And today we are going to be meandering further down south. We're going to go visit the meerkat colony again to see what is going on with that little group, and hopefully we can have them emerging this morning. We're also unsure of what's going on there with the little colony. There's been some very, very funny movements, and unfortunately for those little ones, they are definitely not in the vicinity. So on a lighter note, we are going to scratch around and try and find you guys everything for this morning, from the small to the big. I hope everybody's well rested and we are ready for today's safari. How amazing is that? Setting moon. Great. So you guys are enjoying it as much as we are. Glenn, as we came out from our base station this morning, Glenn is like, we need to get that. We have to get that and show everybody that amazing sight. Shows you how fast we're moving around it. And obviously now at the point it is, the landscape is creating a little bit of an optical illusion, making the moon actually look bigger than it actually is. You'll see that when the moon is set in amongst the stars, that it looks its normal size. But now on the horizon like that, it actually is a bit of an illusion that the landscape is playing a trick on your eyes, making the moon look closer than it actually is. It hasn't moved closer. Doesn't move closer when it rises or sets. It's just the landscape and the objects being much closer to you that are tricking your eye. Quite incredible. Oh, thank you, moon. Obviously a very important chunk of rock that orbits around Earth. It plays a vital role in fluctuating water. Gives us tides. Tides are very, very important for river systems, for the coastal marine environment. A lot of animals are driven by this lunar cycle, and something quite incredible and something that we should appreciate every single day, because it is an amazing satellite body that rotates and spins around our big, beautiful blue planet. Here we take a nice big deep breath, soak it all in. It's nice and crisp this morning. The birds are just starting to wake up. In the distance we can hear that very prominent, sharp, jumbled notes of our white-browed sparrowweaver. There's a few other little birds, very, very fine, songful whistle of the Kalahari scrub robin. And if I take a big, deep breath in, it is just nice and fresh. Beautiful. Lucky to be alive.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome aboard. We are here at a treehouse dam, hoping to find something, having a drink, but nothing just yet. Just a couple birds, etc. Of course, the Cape Turtle Dove has been here. Hello, everyone. It's me, Trishal, and I have PK on camera with me this morning in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands. It's quite cool, as you can probably tell. It's gloomy. It's a little bit rainy, but not too bad. It's about 17 degrees Celsius, 62 degrees Fahrenheit. You can hear some really nice morning sounds. And then the Franklins come in between it. Emily, you say it's so beautiful in Africa. Won't you come visit, Emily? Come visit us in Africa. It really is beautiful. There's so many different areas, different environments. Like you've seen Tswalu, you've seen us here in the Lowveld, the bush. You've even seen up in the Masai Mara when you have these open plains. Just lovely. Now our bush is going to start to come alive very soon because today is the 1st of October. Yes, it is. And I think that October is going to be the month it's just going to come alive. You can see it's very, very, very still. You can even see the reflection of all of the trees that are on the shore or on the edge in the lovely water. Look at that. It would make a great painting, I think. Well, our plan for today is to go down south. As you can tell, I'm at Treehouse Dam. I've just come past the hyena den. It's inactive at the moment, but we will check it a little bit later on as well. So we're going to head down south and maybe see if the Nkuhumas have come back into Djuma. They were on a nets yesterday, so maybe they have come through. And you can hear the Cape turtle dove going. That's an interesting question. Limbo, you'd like to know what's the best smelling animal? I think it's the one that assaults your senses the least. And to me, birds. Because they don't come too close, and so you don't get to smell them. So I think they smell pretty good then, because they don't smell bad. That's the way I'm thinking about it. As for the other animals, you'll see the predators smell pretty bad, comparatively. But some of the nicest smells out here in the bush come from the beautiful flowers that we're starting to get now. Bushveld gardenia, really, really
Oh. Hello everybody. Good morning. I hope you're all very well in the world. I am currently driving in a very dodgy signal area. I hope that it doesn't break up and die. We try and avoid this road because unfortunately the signal here is not great, and young Rusty, the vehicle we're on, isn't performing particularly well at the moment. Right, let's first begin with an arachnid after I've introduced myself. I am James Hendry. Hello. And on camera today we have got the masked figure of Mpho. And there is a quite interesting spider's web. Now that looks to me like the web, not of a tent web spider, because it is the wrong... Well, I think that is a tent web spider. A tropical tent web spider, yes it is. See it in the middle, but the ones lower down that are of a different shape are not tent web spiders, but that one appears to be. Now the reason we're over here on this slightly dodgy road, where the signal is not particularly strong, is that during the course of the early morning, Aubrey heard a leopard calling around here. Aubrey is a guide at Djuma, and the leopard was sawing on this road or somewhere around here. He's gone up one way, I'm going down the other, and I'm pretty sure it was Klalamba, the leopardess, that was sawing here. So that's quite exciting, I think. So let's just listen briefly and you can hear the dawn chorus. Very enthusiastic Cokie Franklin. Cape turtle dove. Scimitar bill. Swainson's spur fowl. Banded sparrows, crested franklins. Magpie shrikes. But no leopard going. And it's almost inevitable, really, because what happens is that they call as dawn breaks, and then as soon as it gets sort of properly light, few cats will keep calling. While we listen, I'm just going to quickly walk over to that spider because I don't think it is a tropical tent-dwarf spider. I think it's one of these ones that I've forgotten, that I learned last year and forgot. Rona, the alates will come when there's some proper rain and then some heat. So a lot of the insects require there to be a good amount of rain, so they need the moisture, and then they need the warmth and the heat afterwards. And so I would suspect a full blooming of alates to come. Maybe we'll get a few after the next hot spell, but after a proper thunderstorm. Now, this is not a tropical tent-web spider. This is that other spider, a hammock web or something like that, whose name I just can never remember. You can see that it's slightly convex as opposed to concave, and it doesn't have that central section where the spider lives and puts its eggs. Ooh, here's something very interesting, very interesting. It's slightly sad. Oh, that's beautiful. Here's a citrus swallowtail. This citrus swallowtail must have been a very early one for the season, but it has unfortunately for it been subjected to a mangling by something. Something has mangled it. It's alive. It might still attempt to fly if it warms up. It was lying on its back when I found it. Very lazy start to the day. Shame. Sorry, old chap. Right, I'm going to sit here a little bit longer and see if we can hear Tlalamba, and then we'll carry on, perhaps up towards the northeast.
I hope you find Tlalamba. Now here in Temara we have 2 male lions lying on the road. That one looks like a little older, like more than this other guy. You can see the size of the mane. The one to the right is a little bit younger. It seemed like yesterday they had a meal. If you look at the other lion sleeping with his belly up, you can see that he has a full stomach. See? Now, because of the dew on the grass, cats prefer the road during a time like this, in the morning or maybe evening, or maybe just after the rains, because the roads are dry and it's a little bit warmer. So when the grass are dry, these lions will walk into the grassland and maybe find shade. But in the meantime, they'll still be hanging out here on the road. The reason why we saw these lions here, we have giraffes not far from here. The giraffes were all staring at this direction, and that's what prompts us to come to this sighting, because giraffes have a very sharp eyesight. Assisted with their tall neck, they're able to see far long distance than other animals here in the savannah. And close to the giraffes, there are also some elands. Most animals like associating themselves closer to the giraffes because of their sight and because they can also see predators. Look at how they're staring. They're all looking at our direction. Now one of the lions has moved off, and I think this older guy will join him. Look at how big this guy is. Look at his mane. Super. What did you hear, guy? Yeah, he's urinating there. Linda, I've not ever heard of lions losing their voices. But as they grow old, they get a little bit hoarse, but they don't ever lose their voices at all. This is a big male lion, and it looks like there might be some lionesses around here who made the kill, and they joined in for a feast. Look at what will happen. A little face groom there. I'm suspecting the lion at the back is the father to that guy. And they're walking over for some shade. Because they've already eaten, it will take them about 3 or 4 days before they go for another meal. But if an opportunity arises, they'll always go for it. So if they find shade and a place where they can rest, they can even rest for the entire day and only come out in the evening. Sniffing some scent trail there. I'm not quite sure what they picked or if they had a lion roar from the other side. Sometimes there's a lions roar and they make a contact call, and that will prompt lions to follow the members of their pride. Look at how he blends in with the grass. Oh, this other one has decided to take a little rest. Seems like he has a full belly. He just wants to rest. But I'm sure he'll join the other lion. But sometimes you find that being together like this, they don't necessarily have to be at the same spot. So one will pick a shade and the other will pick a different shade. But then they're within the same locality where they can at least see each other or maybe know where the one other is. Cleaning himself, cleaning one of his legs. That is a typical behavior after lions have already have a full belly, or maybe when they have eaten. You see them cleaning off. There's some blood spots on his face, so there's a little bit cleaning that. So maybe he'll go find some water, drink, and then go for a rest. The other lion has picked a spot where he will spend the rest of the day. You almost can't tell if there's a lion there. If we zoom out, we'll definitely not see him. I'm not quite sure who this guy is, but I'll find out. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth, kids question at wildearth.tv, on your YouTube comment section at FC. Please send us your question and we'll always be ready to answer. Beautiful savannah, we have lots of desert dates there. We call them the balanitis trees. I like how the sun is shining on the grass and looking beautiful. As you wait for this lion, or maybe leave him here, we just going to drive and find some other sighting, I'm going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
Here we have a very untidily built spider's web, but it's caught the little drizzle drops very beautifully. Look at that. That is art in nature. So stunning, like little pearls hanging on these threads. So I had an interesting thought, and I wondered what other animals eat spider webs besides spiders themselves. And the only animal that I came across were house cats. Now, I haven't experienced this myself, but I'm sure some of you may have, and if you have, please let me know. Apparently, house cats love to eat spider webs, particularly if they have a craving, if there's a nutrient deficiency in any kind of way your body can direct you in the form of a craving to get what it is that you need. So house cats can sometimes eat spider webs, and the thought is it's because there's something that they're deficient in. Spider webs are full of protein, lipids, carbohydrates as well, but protein most so. There's two particular proteins, Spidroin 1 and Spidroin 2, that help it to be really strong. And I suppose if you eat it, you might get a little bit of sustenance from it. Some humans have tried eating it too. Didn't do much for them. But it is high in vitamin K as well, and that helps your blood to clot. And in the past, spider webs used to be used on top of wounds as a sort of gauze. BK, you have any injuries you'd like me to sort out for you? Okay. Gremlins in general. You'd like to know what is the biggest insect that can get stuck in this web? In this web, it would be able to catch a big beetle, maybe even an acacia click beetle. That's about a really big one that we get around here. I think it would be able to catch it, but this is an abandoned web, so its scaffolding has not been taken care of, and it would not be as strong as one that's maintained. Webs like a golden orb web spider, those webs can catch a bird. And that's why the material is so interesting, because it's light, it's so thin, but it is so strong. Some labs are trying to develop those two proteins I told you about. And they have been successful, but they have to use insects to produce them. They just modify the insects to produce this kind of silk with those proteins. But still, it does not match the natural silk. I'm not sure if you've ever seen a spider being milked is the wrong word, but they take the silk from it and continuously produces it, and then they start to build things from it. I've heard of wedding dresses made of spider silk, neckties, and I know that some labs are working towards creating this in a lab environment so that they can make bulletproof vests. We're not at that stage yet, though. So much that we can learn from the natural environment. Jolly Whiskey, that's a really interesting question. You'd like to know how many species of social spiders are there on Djuma. As far as I know, there's only one, and that's the community nest spider. As for social spiders in general, not just on Djuma, I think there's only about 23 species in the world. Spiders are not social creatures. They will happily eat each other. They're territorial. Being a social spider is quite a special thing. And from all the spider species in the world, I'm quite sure it's about 23 species only that are social. The fact that some spiders are social opens up a whole nother door in terms of what we can think about, because we know that being social can indicate a higher intelligence.
Okay, Gwen. Sorry about that. Couple of technical difficulties today with the mist and, inclement weather generally. We have come across to the northeastern corner of Djuma, where we have managed to find ourselves 2 hippopotami, which were not here yesterday. And we've also got a grey heron, a juvenile grey heron.
East of Professor Fry. It's exciting fighting here. Anyone interested? Living the animals, I'm not going to stop.
That is a grey heron, and when I got here, it was lying down in the water like a duck. And I thought, that looks like an Egyptian goose with an extremely long neck, and actually it was a grey heron pretending to be a duck. Now today is a relatively sad day, and I suppose the sombre attitude of the weather reflects it. We have lost one of our dedicated community members, Alan Dunlap, who watched the show for many, many years, has moved on to a shore in much greater light, we hope. And he was always on the drive and on the chat, so we wish him speed to wherever it is that he will fetch up. And condolences to all those who will miss him. It's sad when you lose one of the community who've been so dedicated to nature and to enjoying nature with us. So we bid Alan a fond farewell. Some thunder in the background there. Maybe that's him responding. What else we got around the shore here? We've got some water dickops, or thicknees. We really shouldn't say dickop for a number of reasons. The first is that it's not the bird's name anymore. The second is that it's a dreadful mispronunciation of duckop, which means thick head. So we'll just call them thick knees. It's over there. And Paul, if you go, you can hardly see it. You just trawl along the bank of the dam, and you'll get to it on the right. Yeah, just keep going that way. It will come into view. That's a francolin. Just keep going. Another francolin. Keep going. There's a 3-banded plover. Keep going down a bit. Should come into view around that dung. No, keep going. There we are. You got them. Water thicknees. And there was also a green-backed heron, but it has absconded somewhere. Also, when you've stopped like this, the sounds are just magnificent. So I shall let you listen to them briefly.
Good morning, Mr. Wildebeest. I don't know why, for some reason, I always think a wildebeest should talk like this. I don't know why. Beautiful male wildebeest, more than likely the dominant bull within his territory. These guys are territorial, and it's not uncommon to see them rolling around in these small depressions that these bulls have made. In the process, urinating and defecating inside this small depression. And basically, when he rolls around, he's rolling himself full of his scent. Oh, be careful. So we can see his ABS system is fully functional. He's using a bit of 4x4 now. You've got a bit of a spook coming to the embankment there. And you've got to be careful when leaving water or coming to it. But that bull there was just rolling around in a little depression that he's created, so he's used it continuously for a little while. And he's applying his unique scent signature there, paw in the ground. He's got a special gland in between the hooves called the preorbital gland. Interdigital gland, and as well as on his face, he's got a gland called the preorbital gland. Sorry, guys. And in the process, by rolling around, he's basically depositing his scent. And when he rolls around, that scent's then applied onto his body. When he walks, that scent then is taken further as he's moving through this beautiful landscape. Shelly's little ones are looking good. Glenn, could we see that little bird? We ID'd a little bird. Well, we didn't ID it. We saw a little bird, which we could not ID because it was so small. Oh, bums up. Doing a little bit of feeding. Putting the head down like that and grabbing aquatic plants or little crustaceans. Beautiful black and white bird in the middle. Longest leg ratio to body length out of all birds. That is a black-winged stilt. That is an adult. You can see from the beautiful defined color. And then the beautiful glossy starlings on the left of that. But that bird having such long legs really gives it an advantage, weighing deep into water. And that is eliminating competition. Even if a bird, if a bird is feeding within the same group or the same items of stuff, that bird can weigh in a little bit deeper than other birds, having a bit of advantage. And you can see that thin, straight beak is perfectly designed to pick and jab things out of the water. But a beautiful reflection. There's not a breath of wind. We've got quite a lot of cloud cover that's pulled in. That's going to keep things a bit cooler as we progress. It's all pushing in from the northeastern corner of Tswalu. Look at that. What a contrast into what we had yesterday. There's a big cold front that's pushed in from Cape Town. They're experiencing some very chilly weather. Johannesburg is raining, and so this is more than likely stuff that's drawn in, and it is moving so quick. Wow. Are you able to capture that, Glenn? The movement of the clouds. The clouds are gunning it. So really nice. We have a bit of cloud cover. It's going to keep things cooler for us. That allows animals to move a bit longer into the morning. And hopefully we can have some high energy action with these cool conditions that we are experiencing now. There's that little bird, Glenn. Oh, okay, he's flying. Tiny little bird, only maybe about 7-8 centimeters. It looks like a little stint, but I'm going to have to try and get close on that bird to be 100% sure. Those little birds are always very tricky to ID, but also makes it very interesting. Yeah, we are very lucky here, Megan. I count my blessings every day. My brown eyes open, green eyes open. I count my blessings. We are so lucky here. First and foremost, the vegetative group, the animals, the constant change of weather, we just have so much at our disposal. So Glenn's just pointing out, oh wow, look at that. So these little ducks are busy feeding, and everybody's looking good for now, but we'll follow up on them shortly.
A very good morning here on a beautiful, cool and beyond Pinner Private Game Reserve. We've just found this lioness and her 3 sub-adult youngsters, and look at this beautiful, beautiful scene that we have here in front of us. Beautiful lookout that we've got here with this lioness resting in this open grassland here. So my name is Dewald, and behind the camera we've got Craig, and we are going to be seeing if we can stick with this lioness for a little bit. She is in a burnt section at the moment, and our youngsters have moved off to the right. But how we actually found her was we were sitting and looking at some impalas, and we actually found tracks of her. Oh, there's a big yawn there. And we heard her roaring in the distance, and then we came up here to see if we can get a nice vantage point, and I think that's exactly what she was doing. So she was roaring and vocalizing to see if she can find maybe the rest of her pride with her youngsters, and using this as a nice vantage point and for her voice to be carried as far as possible. She is settling down nicely. The youngsters have actually gone off into a very dense area to the right-hand side. They were actually stalking and looking quite playful. But yeah, she keeps on listening in that direction, so she's very interested in whatever's going on there. Listening this way as well. So after vocalizing like that and trying to get hold of her pride, she'll be listening for any lions maybe vocalizing in the distance. And if we're lucky and we're patient, we might see her vocalize again. Just repositioned her body a little bit there, but she's been yawning and grooming quite a bit, so she is not looking to fall asleep. See, there's another yawn there. Often with big cats like this female, she's oxygenating her muscles when she yawns like that, and she possibly could get up and start moving around, in which case we'll try and stick with her as much as we can, see if she takes us to the rest of her pride. Oh, I just heard some impala's alarm calling into the thicker areas where the cubs were, and look, there's even an impala coming down or up this slope in this direction. Breeding head of a buffalo saddle. Okay. So she's actually, looks like she's positioning herself so she can rest a little bit. But look at those impalas there in the back. Super interested in whatever's going on the right-hand side there. But for now, I think we're going to stick around and see if we can see what these lions get up to.
I hope the lions get successful, as this morning we saw some lions that were already full. Now here we have 2 rams, impala rams. This is what we call the bachelors. When impala bachelors or young ones get to about at the age of 3 years, they're always out of the harem, and the dominant ram in the harem will always hang around with a bunch of females. So these rams will hang around by themselves. Sometimes these numbers fluctuate. You can see about 10, 15, sometimes even 20 rams all together by themselves. We have only about 3 here. So when these rams get to an adult age of about 5 or 6 years old, they mark their own territory where they attract the females within that territory. I reckon 1.5 square kilometers where the rams will hang around. The bachelors stick by themselves, and when in time before the mating, the rams become aggressive to one another. You sometimes see them chasing one another in what we call a rat. They always produce a rat kind of sound, which prompts them to be aggressive. And during that time, they will come into a harem and try and kick out the dominant ram in the harem. That will always prompt them to mate with their females. And sometimes the dominant ram, because he keeps on guarding the ewes, he's forced out of the harem, making him weak. And if he loses or maybe comes to a win, he has to hang around there. We have zebras also here, and they're grazing. Very nice looking zebras. We call this the Bachel zebra or the plain zebra. Here in Kenya we have about 2 species. In the Mara, this is the common zebra. Look at them grooming each other. Yeah, little scratch there. Now that is called twinning. And it's also important because sometimes they watch each other's back for security reason, and they also play the grooming there, which you call allo grooming, which is so important in the bond. In a zebra group, you have about 11 mares, which is guarded by 1 stallion. And interesting thing, all the mares in one harem or in one zeal are able to recognize each other. That one must come in. Sometimes they play fight. You find them biting each other's neck, kicking. The mares are always very, very watchful. Sometimes because when they have the young ones and the stallion comes and is ousted out by another stallion, he might kill that zebra foal, which sometimes is nature taking its course. You find that he has to do that. These guys are nomadic. They move from Kenya to Tanzania. You always see them in big numbers during the migration time. It's almost towards the end of the cycle here in Kenya. We have lots of herd moving down to the south. So these zebras, I think, are the last ones to head further south to Serengeti. They have very sharp eyes, so when you find them mixed with other plains game, antelopes, impala, Thompson gazelle, topi, which they also play a vital role in terms of security, because when they see other animals like the hyena and lions, they will always give an alarm. Pumba, thank you so much for your question. The black markings on some of the wildlife is very, very important. For example, on the zebra, the black and white play a vital role. So during a time like this, when there is no much sun, that black will adopt so much heat. And then the white stripes will reflect backlight. So these markings are also important because we have the vertical and the horizontal stripes. So when it comes to predation, anti-predation, you find that when they run away from the predators, they mix the predators, and sometimes they win because the predators gets confused by that kind of movement. So these stripes really, really help. You find on the wildebeest, the stripe help in thermoregulation, controlling heat, which is also important to note that. So back to our zebras. See, they're quite relaxed. They'll be walking later on to a place where they'll drink water, but there's enough water in the grass because of the dew. That is what one advantage that animals get from eating grass with the dew. As you wait and watch while these zebras are grazing, let's take you over to another safari vehicle.
Eyes.
There's one. Here we have got a wonderful little scene of two blue wax belos. In fact, there were more than two. There were 5 or 6 of them to start with. And the reason they're in this tree, and now gone, is that there is a nest in the middle of the tree, in which I suspect, if there aren't any yet, there shall shortly be some little blue waxbill eggs, from which will hopefully emerge some brand new little blue waxbills. Now, it's a very clever tree if you're going to build a nest and you're a vulnerable little bird that's going to incubate vulnerable little chicks, because it is a thorny, nasty place in the middle there, unless you are very small and nimble like a blue waxbill. And also, when this tree finally gets its leaves, it will shelter and shade and hopefully hide the nest and its occupants. Always so exciting this time of the year when the birds start to breed. My favourite is the weavers and their building of their nests, weaving of their nests. Always makes me feel like summer has arrived. Yes, Tutter Freak, I love these birds too. I just wish that they'd hung around for a bit longer. We'll sit here briefly and see if they don't pitch up again. Now, I'm interested that there were so many in this tree because I thought that they were breeders in couples. I didn't think that there was any kind of communal activity to their breeding, but let me just quickly check that on my bird application. Waxbill, blue waxbill. Breeding, monogamous. It's built of dry grass and usually placed in a thorny tree, occasionally parasitized by the shaft-tailed wider. So they are monogamous. Solitary nestler or loosely colonial, it says. There we go. Loosely colonial. I think that's what we saw. In courtship, the male holds nesting material by the tip in bill, approaches female, and bobs up and down on perch in stem display, while flicking head up and down. Emily, I don't know what makes eggs different colours, other than they must have some kind of pigment in them. The blue waxbill's eggs are white. Well, creamish, off-white colour. I suspect they're probably are paint colours described after eggs like this, such as eggshell or egg white or something like that. But it's a kind of look like a chicken's egg colour, a white chicken's egg colour, and they are they are tiny little things. They are about 2 centimetres long, so, yeah, I mean, that's minute. But I don't know exactly the physical mechanism by which eggs are different colours, such as robin's eggs, which tend to be very blue, and babblers as well. Babblers have got very blue eggs here. Yeah, they're astoundingly blue, the arrow-marked babbler. Well, Paul, I'm not sure that there's much to be gained by saying where we are now, so I think we'll carry on and see if we can pick up something else.
How lucky are we? A few days ago, myself and David tried to get these birds in frame, and just it's active behavior it wasn't. We were not successful, but look at what myself and Glenn have just found. 2 of them perched lovely on this branch for us. Swallow-tailed bee-eaters. Really beautiful birds. You can see in frame there now. If you look at the end part of the tail, you can see this nice deep fork within the tail. Hence the name swallow-tailed bee-eaters. Very elegant flying birds, very skillful flyers, and very active. I mean, to get them perched like this, you only get them perched like this early morning, late afternoon, and you can see it's a bit chilly from the way that the feathers are ruffled. Feathers are very, very important features, not only to insulate a bird, it also protects a bird from, a blow or a injury. It creates like a protective layer. They also provide recognition, species recognition, as well as mate recognition. So playing a vital role across the board with multiple aspects of this bird's life, but really nice if we can get them perched static like this. You can look at the beak, also designed to pick insects out of there on the wing. So you can understand the skill, the agility, and the precision that this bird is going to work with in catching an insect mid-flight. That's phenomenal. Lightning quick reflexes. They take a wide range of flying insects, particularly bees and wasps, and even poisonous ones. Bees have stingers, but bees, once the bee has been captured, they would go to a perch position and then actually dislodge the stinger by holding the bee at the end of the beak and then swiping the prey item over a branch to dislodge the very painful stinger, and then the animal will be swallowed. But really nice. You see them typically in pairs like this or by themselves, singularly. You can see groups of 8 odd. Larger groups is rarer with this species. You get some species through Africa which stay in these massive colonies. So you can get 40, 50, 60 birds perched onto a couple of branches within a tree. But these ones like to be in a bit smaller grouping. But striking colors, that beautiful electric green, and how is that turquoise blue on the tail or the rump section of the bird. Really beautiful. So they would typically nest as well. So when it comes to the breeding season, they would actually nest in excavated burrow in an aardvark burrow or a sandbank. Are birds vulnerable to territorial predators? A bird has to watch out for a predator all the time. If it's a territorial, a small cat or a larger raptor, these little birds have to be very, very careful and keeping watchful eyes on how they evade the sharp talons or the hungry tummies of like an African wildcat or a caracal. Being in groups, just like we've seen with meerkats, group dynamics allows you to stay safe, but they're very quick. Their reflexes are lightning fast, and they are paying attention constantly. Just making a small chattering. I don't know if anybody can hear that. They're just communicating ever so softly with one another. But when it comes to birds and sitting still, it's a real privilege to view them. And I haven't thought about pointing. I haven't pointed at the bird. So it's more than likely why the bird is still sitting here. Glenn has taken on to now, if we point at a bird, it flies away. So looking at the design of the bird, that tail comes into vital play or role when this bird is pursuing an aerial insect. That tail being used as a very efficient rudder so that this bird can make extremely sharp and agile turns in order to catch its preferred prey item. And I'm just flabbergasted. Watching their elegant flight pattern is phenomenal, but it just blows my mind the agility and the speed that these birds move. and then also catching the insect in mid-air with that tiny, tiny, tiny little beak. And this is the typical shape that you would find through the whole bee eater family. You get some marvelous colors from the carmine bee eaters, which is like this beautiful pink reddish color, to these beautiful turquoise and blue species. It's just very diverse. It's very diverse and very beautiful, cosmopolitan, let's say, that group of birds. But shame, it's a little cuddle session for them because it is still chilly. Oops, there we go, a little ruffling of the feathers. They'll more than likely now do that a couple of times, run the beak through the feathers, do like a systems check before takeoff. You can see how insects are really starting to get their attention now. Look how quick the movement is of the head. Kathy, are bee eaters monogamous? This species is monogamous, and if you look at the color scheme between the birds, most of your bee eaters will be similar in pattern and color. So that is a very easy way of, or very easy telltale way of understanding that these birds will more than likely form monogamous pair bonds. It's only when you have a striking difference between male and female where a male will have multiple partners. So in this over here, this will more than likely be a monogamous pair, and then being similarly colored, they do form monogamous pair bonds. And a very intriguing thing about these birds and when they nest is that when they find a suitable site, so a river bank or an old abandoned aardvark hole, they'll actually excavate a tunnel into the sandbank or into the aardvark hole. And this bird is actually parasitized by a bird, so a bird laying its eggs in these birds' nests. The bird is called a greater honeyguide. So the honeyguide will go in search of a pair, watch it very carefully, and when it's located this pair's nest, it'll actively go into the nest when they're not there, lay its eggs there, and then before they come back, choop, gone. Very incredible. Wow, I hope you guys could hear that. Fantastic, wow.
So all of the youngsters, all of the sub-adult lions have actually come out. You can see there's one sitting below the tree there, and they're all spread out all over the place. And there's actually the lioness walking up here, right next to us. She's coming up the mountain. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Coming to give us a beautiful view of her. And look at those shoulder muscles as she's walking up the hill here. Wow. We could not have asked for a better view of her. She really came out of this burn section here. I wonder if she's heading up higher because she hasn't heard anything from the rest of the pride yet. She's listening straight ahead of us. So I wonder if she's maybe heard something on that side that she's also interested in coming to look at. Looking at her stomach, she doesn't look like she's eaten anytime soon. It's nice and cool as well. So if the opportunity arises, I'm sure she'll be interested in maybe hunting also as well. She's on the move. We'll see now, like the 3 sub-adults are still lying down off to the left-hand side there. And I think as soon as they realize their mom is further away, they're going to start to follow them. Oh, there they come. All coming along the same trail that she was using. Look like it's a game trail that some of the animals have made to get over the mountain here. All of them starting to follow each other. You'll see they're going to walk just in the background. You'll see the 3rd sub-adult. So all 3 of them still doing very well. and all three of them young males. So these three are definitely going to be forming a nice coalition of three if they survive to adulthood. I think they've lost a view of their mom for now. Might see them walk with their heads down low and actually smell the ground and see if they can pick up her scent and see where she's gone. All three of them in a line. That's just the last one there. Actually looks like his stomach has a little bit of something in it, but also not too full. All of them look like they haven't eaten too recent. So they will be very happy if Mom tries to catch something. Yeah, they're coming almost onto the road here in front of us as well. That one's just stopped there. He realized he looked onto the road and Mom wasn't there anymore. She's gone around the corner, up the hill, along the road. And see how they're using that game trail there and the road there, so using the path of least resistance as well. See how he just stops and listens, wants to figure out where Mom's gone from there. Wonder if he can maybe see her from where he is. I see that head just dropping a little bit lower, picking up the scent where she's gone. There comes the second one. Also trying to figure out where Mom's gone. So these three are really relying on Mom still for food. They're still probably showing interest in hunting like we saw earlier when they were trying to stalk some impalas. But very inexperienced and will definitely still rely on Mom to deliver the goods. Here comes the third one. Oh, beautiful. Could not have asked for a better spot for them to come out onto the road for us. You can imagine there's quite a few game trails in this area, but like this road is also nice and flat, and less rocks and so. As you are saying, it's so beautiful. I agree, it's so gorgeous. And there they are just about to disappear around the corner there. There's a small watering hole up at the top there. And I wonder if Mom is maybe going there to have a drink or maybe see if there's some other animals around. I think they're still there. They are still at the top. But I think Craig and I are going to see if we can stick with them, as I think they are going to disappear on top of the hill there pretty soon.
I hope those lions get active later on. Here we have a bunch of waterbucks. They are slowly grazing in the marsh here. These marshes play a vital role in this ecosystem. Because of the type of soil and the hydrology, we have slow moving water. And when it comes to the dry season, this area is an impact and plays a vital role. We have lots of grazing animals that come here. In around noon, we'll have lots of elephants in these swamps or marshes. So sometimes we have buffaloes, eland, all the antelope species that are within this area will concentrate in these marshes. Behind the trees, we have the Mara River. So this marsh, because the low moving water and the hydrology of the soil keeps lots of water around here. The grass is so soft here, so we have at least a place where these animals can come graze during the dry season. Look at the grass has already been depleted by the wildebeest. So because of the big number of wildebeest and zebra and all the migratory animals that come around this area, lots of grass is consumed. And the only place that can have an impact for grazers is the swamps. So this is a very key point for the wildlife here. We have our keystone species, the elephants, that have made routes by walking towards these bushes and marshy area. And these other animals use or utilize the path that have been made by the elephants. Way over in the distance in the forest line, there's some antelopes there. So this shows you that this is like the pivotal area where these animals come to graze. See, some of them are relaxed, those waterbucks. And I'm telling you, in the noon, this area is a hive of activity. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth. For young viewers, kids' questions at wildearth.tv, on the YouTube comment section at FC. Now, as we drive along to find some other game, I just want you to enjoy our scenery here. We have very beautiful scenery. We have the grasslands here. No activity at the moment because it rained yesterday. So there's lots of green new in the grass. We have animals that will come around this area later. So we'll take you over to find some other game. See what the Mara will offer. So remember, we're coming to you live from 6 different locations. We're going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
We are now heading towards the hyena den. Trishala did visit it earlier, but there was no one home. And, well, really, we haven't managed to find even the track of anything else, so that's what we're going to do. The rain is starting to fall now, as opposed to thickish mist. We're actually hearing drops of rain upon the rain roof. So the weather is closing in even further. Some miserable nyalas, which we won't be able to see. In a second, let me get up out of this dip. And then we can perhaps find something of biological interest to all concerned. I'm very interested to see if our woodpeckers return here. I'll just stop here. If you look at the end of the thickest branch here, there's a hole. You see it? Right at the top of the thickest branch. Yeah, you're pointing at it. Just put the camera there and I'll direct you. There's the nest of a golden-tailed woodpecker. And I'm rather hoping that it's going to be occupied again this year. Yeah, you're on it. Just down a little bit. That's it. You're on it there. There don't seem to be any birds emerging at high speed. But you can hear the rain if I shut up.
Yeah, morning Corvus, no update yet. Rexon is following up on some ingress tracks along Python Road. But that's all fine so far. Probably generally cancel on.
Rexon, who's up north at Biffles Hook, which is the reserve north of us, says it's raining hard there on the radio. This is really the weather for being inside watching it falling. What's nice though is that there's no wind blowing yet. And so it's falling dead straight out of the sky, which means it's not blowing under the roof onto us. Let's hope it stays like that. don't think so, RKB. I don't think they necessarily... Oh, well, they don't spend a lot of time sharpening their beaks. They definitely do a little bit of honing. I mean, same as a lot of birds do. Kingfishers in particular hone their beaks. You'll see them on a piece of wood, dragging them from side to side like a very skilled... I don't know if you've ever watched a butcher with a knife sharpener. That's what they do on the sides of branches. I often think that's just for cleaning, but sometimes perhaps it has a sharpening purpose. Just hones the beak a bit. But I think you'll also find that the keratin at the end of the beak of something like a woodpecker is replaced constantly and with, very quickly. Okay, let's continue on our merry wet way. And Port, was that the best sighting you've ever had? The best sighting of a hole Port has ever had. Very difficult advanced filming. A static hole. I'm soon going to have to put on my camouflage rain jacket. In fact, I think I'll do that now while you go somewhere else.
It is coming down quite a bit now, as you can see. Too bad. So we're here at Chitwa. We're going to pop onto the dam wall and see what's happening at the local watering hole. Things have been very, very quiet, and I thought to myself, well, if I were an animal out in the bush, especially if I was a finicky animal, I'd be a cat. I wouldn't really want to be out in the open, just roaming. In this weather, I'd want to find myself a nice nook and settle in for the day with a movie. Or in their case, just something to watch. Let's look at these Egyptian geese. Just up on the damn wall there. Hello, guys. Can you hear that sound that the male makes, the one that's closest to us? Let's see if he'll do it for us again. It's the typical sound you hear them making, but he actually doesn't open his beak. It sounds like he's scratching his throat. Nope, everybody is just trying to keep warm, which is also why they're picking that one leg up. You would have seen a lot of birds do that. Remember, their legs don't have feathers on them, so they can lose heat from the skin on their legs very easily. So to conserve heat, they would push that leg up against their body. That way there's no loss from that leg, which basically, in terms of how much heat then... Whoa, I wonder if you heard that. That was thunder. The heat that they're losing from those legs, if that were 100%, they're saving 50% of that by lifting up that one leg. You can hear the hippos now. I'm sure you can also hear the rain. Belforce, you'd like to know why the Egyptian goose is a duck. Think of Or it is the same question that I was asking myself. Why call it a goose when it is a duck? In fact, technically, it is a type of shell duck. And that is because taxonomically, in terms of its relationships, so genetically, when you do genetic testing, they look at something called mitochondrial DNA. So that's the type of DNA that is passed from mother to daughter. It's always passed that way. In fact, actually, it's not always passed that way, but generally it's passed that way except for a few exceptions. So that's a very good way to look at a lineage. And phylogenetically and taxonomically, that means within looking at relationships genetically, they are more closely related to shell ducks than they are to geese. Okay, this rain is getting pretty bad and we can hear the thunder, so we're going to start actually moving towards camp. So if we get some lightning, that is not ideal. Not ideal at all. So let's pop up onto the dam wall so we can get a little bit of a view of the hippos. Oh, he's calling now. Watch him. No, no. He stopped. So the females make much more intrusive sound, shall we say. A little bit more high-pitched, a little bit noisier. You can do it. You can do it. Nope, doesn't want to do it for us. I see a little three-banded plover on the road in front of us, scurrying away. Run, run, run! It's testing you, BK. These ones run so quick. Really like these ones. These little chicks are so tiny, so I can't wait to see some of those. In case you're wondering, this is fully grown. That's just our rain roof. Okay, up onto the wall. We're going to turn around because the wind and the rain is coming from this direction. So we're going to turn around so then it's not hitting us in the face. Off we go. We're going to put our rain covers over everything that is now soaking wet. Hopefully, we'll see you just now.
Hopes Trishala finds something. We are driving to find some game here. It rained a lot last night, so most of the animals have moved for pasture. And you find that when it happens, something like that happens, lots of predators also follow them. In this kind of topography, we have a common soil that is the black cotton soil that is dominant here. The red oat grass, we see lots of trees scattered. We call those the desert dates or the balanites. That is one of the most dominant trees to find around this area. So if you ask yourself a question, what is the Mara? What the Mara means? Masai Mara is actually very simple. Mara means a dotted place. That is Maasai for dotted. And because the Maasai have inhabited this area for over ages, that is the reason why it's called Masai Mara. So we have the Masai Mara Game Reserve and we have the Mara Triangle bisected by the Mara River behind the tree line there. And over to our west, we have the Olololo Escarpment running all the way to Tanzania. The Olololo Escarpment is about 1985 meters above the sea level, which is one of the dominant things that you can see while you come in the Mara. Very, very nice and beautiful morning. We had lots of herds, the zebras, wildebeest, topis, and most of them have moved farther south. It's raining loads and loads in Serengeti, northern Serengeti, which is south from us, southwest from us. So the herds have moved over there. We were lucky to see the two lions there. We haven't seen them for quite a while. So as we're doing that, we still the rarest cat, Linda, thank you, I will say is the melanistic leopard. It's a leopard, but it's dark in color. So we hardly see those kind of cats. But if you ever see that kind of cat, it's always cool to see those cats. I would say, to me, that is one of the rarest cats to find, the melanistic leopard. So I'm driving slowly. Who knows what we've just passed? Most of these animals blend in so well with the grass. And the reason why some of the animals get food and some of the animals escape from the predators. So camouflage plays an important role in species survival in this kind of environments. So we have mixed vegetation, we have forest cover, we have bushland, and we have grassland savanna. So where there is no tree cover, that is the grassland savanna. Along the forest area, we have the Mara River, which is a dominant river around this area. It plays an important role in this ecological system because it feeds local people and wildlife. Off in the distance, I can see a giraffe staring at the river. I'm not sure what he's staring at. Remember this morning, the giraffe showed us some lions. So hopefully maybe there's something else that this giraffe is watching. It's actually not one, not two, but 3, 4. Wow. This is beautiful. Oh, one giraffe is sitting down, so that means they're all relaxed. So I'm going to stop here a little bit, or maybe pull forward a little bit, so that we can get a good sighting of these giraffes. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth. For the young viewers, questions at wildearth.tv. And the YouTube comment section at FC. That giraffe is relaxed. I thought earlier maybe she had spotted something, but simply relaxed. And if you watch all these giraffes, they're all positioned in different sides. See, some are watching north, south, east, west, and while another one is resting. So that is typical of how they watch over for security. Because the one sitting down is vulnerable. Because giraffes are very tall, getting up is a problem. And sometimes the lion will take that advantage to ambush sitting giraffes. And sometimes when they're drinking, because when they're drinking, they have to splay out their legs so that their neck can bend down and drink. Oh, another is sitting down. Seems like it's a resting day for the giraffes. I wonder how much food they've been eating the entire time. Giraffes prefer eating at the cooler time of the day, so morning and afternoon. And times they will sit down and relax, like what we've just seen here. Sometimes also rest while standing. They take intervals, browsing from one bush to another. They're very, very selective browsers. So that one is chewing its cud, enjoying it. The giraffes fall under what we call Giraffa camelopaldalis. So I'll put it into the outer line of the bigger antelope species. Because they are ruminant, we will say that giraffes come into the wider like antelope, but not specifically an antelope like the wildebeest or buffaloes, but these are different kind. So Giraffa camelopaldalis means, see, they have a leopard-like prints, and they also look like camels. That is the reason why we call camelopaldalis. But it's only a subspecies because we have about 9 subspecies here in Africa. In Kenya, we have about 3. This is the Maasai giraffe, we have the Rothschild giraffe, and we have, up in the northern Kenya, we have the reticulated giraffe. So very much relaxing. Matome, do they have an alarm call? One time I've come close to a giraffe and I heard the giraffe bleat, and a very low bleat, and sometimes they snort when they're alarmed. But often at times you find that giraffes are super silent because they only communicate in a very low frequency sound, an infrasound sound. But yes, I've heard them snort, which is a sort of alarm call, although they're perceived to be silent. Very much relaxed giraffe there, sitting down. So whenever you come across giraffes sitting down, you definitely know that they're quite relaxed. Because if there was danger around this area, say let's say a predator, they'll all be alert, ears facing forward, and the tail swishing left and right. It's a very peaceful morning. The sun is shining very well, making it a super morning. So we see the giraffes joining in. So we're going to wait here for a little while and see what will happen as we send you over to another safari vehicle.
We have got here a little group of impala rams. And they are quite near the hyena den, which currently is inactive. In other words, the hyenas are all doing what any self-respecting burrowing or homing animal would be doing, lying in bed, watching the weather outside. There's a tremendous rumbling of thunder from the Hoedspruit Pridelands area. I don't think Pridelands has managed to go out yet this morning. I'm not surprised. I suspect they're experiencing something of a deluge. And these rams just have to put up with it. There's no question that most things, however, have headed for the thickest bush they can find, in fear of the moisture. And this kind of rain is bringing an end to what was a pretty average dry season. Wasn't very dry, wasn't very hot. And in theory, October should still be pretty dry. It should be, I suspect there'll be weeks of very hot, dry weather before the big storms come. But who knows? Weather patterns in this part of the world are difficult enough to predict as it is. And with global climate in flux, very difficult to figure out what's going to happen. I really think it's highly unreasonable of them to just go behind the thickest possible bush that they can find now in order to hide from us. Can you hear that, Paul? Ooh. Ooh. It is lovely, isn't it? A lot of you saying you love the sound of the rain on the little roof here. It's very nice, especially after the dry winter, to have that sound. When I spoke to my good wife yesterday evening, she was very upset because it predicted rain in Johannesburg. She loves a big rainy storm, but there hadn't been any, so she was very dissatisfied with what the weather produced. We'll go off to Treehouse Dam now and see what's happening there.
Find out what's happening in the river and see if we have crocodiles, we have hippos. The Mara River is not far from where we are. And sometimes this giraffe, you see them crossing over to the other side, which will be a good sighting to see. This place looks wet from the rains last night. And these animals don't like being in a very wet area because they avoid what you call foot rot. So when there's lots of water around, they prefer a drier place. Hence, if they stay around a waterlogged area, they'll have the foot rot. Look at the giraffe sitting down there. We have 4, which is, it's not rare, but is not common to see. Here at the beautiful Mara River. Are you okay, James? See where that giraffe is seated? You have that eroded part of the river. That is a pathway. The path is being created by hippos. And most of the animals that come to drink at this river use the hippo pathway. So I like calling them the hippo highway. So here we have had zebras, wildebeest, and even elephants coming down the path to drink. And what a nice sighting sometimes we get to see elephants crossing over. Now these giraffes are very much relaxed. So this river plays a vital role when it comes to the species survival. Jasabai, thank you for your question. How fast do they get up when danger comes in? I would say within less than a minute, they're able to wake up. But if that doesn't happen, they are vulnerable. That is a vulnerable position. That's why you're seeing some facing south, some facing north, which is also a security reason. See, the rest are busy browsing over there. Like I said, they're selective browsers, so they'll jump from one vegetation to another. After the rains, the fresh shoots that pop up on the ground, let's say the grass and even the fresh leaves on the branches and bushes, they get an advantage of that. That seems like a bull, the one facing us, and the other one seems like a cow or female. Super cool. See, he's already lost some of the hair on the tip of the horns, and because sometimes when the social interaction comes with necking, and when the young bulls keep on necking, with some time we call that play fight or sparring, they end up losing fur on the tip of the horns. And that is one of the significant things that we look at from a long distance to sex a giraffe, whether it's a female or a male. You can see the oxpeckers on the neck, cleaning, getting some ticks off. Because of their long neck and their short head, sometimes they're not able to groom themselves on the neck, that particular part of the neck where the oxpeckers are. So the oxpeckers play a vital role when it comes to cleaning this species. So we have two types of oxpeckers. We have the yellow-billed and the red-billed oxpeckers. And both species of birds have different feeding behavior. So one will actually slice off the tick halfway when it's gorged on the species, be it a buffalo or a giraffe, and the other one just pick it from the skin to remove it off. And sometimes these birds can be irritating because they get into their noses, sometimes into their ears. I'm sure if we sit here, we'll just watch one get it into its ear. DG, thank you so much for your question. How do we tell between different species of giraffes? So each and every subspecies of giraffe, the 9 that we have here in Africa, have different patterns. So if you look carefully or keenly on this kind of giraffe, you see the kind of marking looks almost like a leopard print. I'll always say like that. But some have different markings. We have the one that is found in northern Kenya, the reticulated giraffe, has a web or a netted like print. The Rothschild have rather white legs. Sometimes we call them that they have white socks. So it's only because of the prints or the markings on their body that you're able to tell the different subspecies that we have around. See, the water is becoming murky. Seems like it rained upstream. So can you imagine this river has... So this river plays a very important role, like I said. So from its source to the mouth, it cuts across human land, We have lots of people depending on this river. We have animal species. We have lots of hippos around this river. We have crocodiles. So animals coming to drink use this water, and the people living upstream use this river for maybe farmland and also maybe drinking and other home activity. So this river flows 290 kilometers from the mouth to the source. So it cuts across the Mara about 60 kilometers. So within this Leila, thank you so much for your question. How long can hippos hold their breath? Hippos are known to hold their breath for between 5 to 6 minutes in the water. But a recent study states that they can even hold their breath much longer than even 20 minutes, depending on where they are. Maybe if they're deep inside a lake, they can hold their breath much longer. But generally speaking, between 5 to 6 minutes is the longest they take to hold their breath. You can see some hippos there. There's a bit of an activity. I saw a little while earlier a hippo calf. I'm sure the mom is doing a good job protecting the calf, because if crocodiles come along, then that hippo will be in danger. That point there seems like a good place. Hippos choose a very flat bottom where at least they can be comfortable, because on the bottom or the riverbed, sometimes it's uneven where you have big rocks, and sometimes there are areas that are very deep. So hippos prefer a very even, smooth surface where they can at least bend their knees and come up for air. Sometimes this river gets full from bank to bank, water level, and when it comes to a certain point like that, they all have to move to safety. So during the rains, we have two types of rain. We have the long rains and we have the short rains. So when this river gets to fill, when it's super torrent, they walk out of the river and stay out in the grasses, because sometimes this river busts banks and fill up the marshes. So most of the hippos come into the marshland. Even crocodiles, they cannot beat that super tough torrent. Like I told you, when this river cuts through 60 kilometers through the Mara, Bubble, thank you for your question. Is the migration season over? It's not yet over. We still have herds south of where we are. They're heading back to Tanzania. But typically, this is almost towards the end of them being here in Kenya. But they do a round route from all the way down from Serengeti to Kenya and back. So simply maybe making about a round trip of 3,500 kilometers. So between July and October, the herds are here in the Mara. So we see them crisscrossing this river to this side and to the other side. The reason why they come here is for breeding and grazing. So when they utilize most of this vegetation, the grass, they start heading back to better pasture. So it's almost towards the end. They're moving back south towards Serengeti in Tanzania. We hear lots of birds, we hear lots of frogs. We have the common reed frogs calling. They're very noisy. They're doing an orchestra, very nice orchestra from the common reed frog. Oh, giraffe, still relax. What do you want to do? You want to wake up? Excuse me. This giraffes are staring at the river, watching the hippos when they play in the water. So giraffes live in unstable groups consisting of Butterfly, thank you so much for your question. Do giraffes have good hearing aid? Yes, they do. But mostly they depend on their sight. But yes, they have a good sight. But not that strong as compared to other species. At least in the animal survival around here, ear senses or hearing aid is quite important. But we find that there's some animals have very good hearing aid as opposed to the others. So because of the adaptation of living in this kind of environment, that's why you see, because it doesn't have so much good hearing aid, they have been blessed with the height and sight. But sometimes you see them twitching their ears, their eyes looking forward. They're enjoying the card there. I like the giraffe eyelashes. Sometimes when you look and stare at them, they wink at you. I wonder how many times he will wink at us. So because of them eating dry vegetation, they have to produce a lot of saliva that help them when they're chewing the cud. And sometimes when you look at them carefully, or we concentrate on the particular giraffe, you'll see sometimes them dripping saliva, or in other words, when we call it drooling. I think that the other female is deciding whether to feed or maybe come and have a rest. I think she's determined more on feeding. I just like how quiet this place is. Sometimes when you're watching this, thank you so much for your question. We have one of the common fish that we call the catfish. It's one of the dominant fish that we have here. Of course, we have a variety of fishes, but one of the common that we get to see a very big, long fish called the catfish that is dominant in here. So those fishes utilize, very interesting, they utilize the dung because hippos, when they water, they defecate in the water. And because of that, it provides lots of nutrients to the catfish. So despite them defecating in the water, you might think that might be gross, but we have other creatures that utilize the dung, especially the catfish. I like the way the river is calm, quiet and serene area. The giraffes are relaxed. We have lots of birds chirping. We have the orchestra from the common reed frog. We have swallows flying up and about. We have oxpeckers on the giraffe. I can hear in the forest we have tropical boo-boo duetting. Very, very nice. Look in the backdrop, how the trees are trimmed. That tells you they all look in one very straight shape. That's the browsing line of the giraffe. Despite the giraffe being the tallest animal here that can reach the highest point, elephants are known to reach even more higher than the giraffes simply by raising their front feet and standing with their back hind head and then picking up with their trunks. I'm going to sit here and just watch and relax watching these giraffes. I'll just send you over to another safari vehicle.
Good morning. All right, we are at the Meerkat Burrow. busy waiting for the little rock stars to come up. And we found this behind a bush, and we thought, what a great specimen to show you guys what we spoke of yesterday, that keratin sheath. So this is a set of horns from a red hartebeest. You can see from its shape, a very distinctive shape. And if you look at from the front, it actually has somewhat of a shape of a heart. Red hartebeest. Those beautiful ridges we spoke about obviously lock into his opponent's horns and really put down enough power to scare him off. But what I want to get to is this section right over here. So the extension of the skull going up into the horn, and that would go all the way to about over there. And then there's the keratin sheath that grows around this bone, and obviously very, very fragile and sensitive when the animal's alive, lots of nerve endings. And so you want this to be protected and safe when you're busy moving around. Very beautiful. So after a couple of years, this would also be able to be taken off or removed, just like we saw yesterday with the oryx horn being totally hollow. And then yesterday when we were busy talking, myself and Glenn actually mentioned something that just sparked my thinking. So with antelope, they do not shed their horns. Unlike deer, which shed their horns annually, these horns grow throughout the antelope's life, and as the animal grows, they grow bigger, and as they get a bit older, you would have obviously a little bit more of a slower growth rate with these horns. Males being thicker than that of females, especially around this section, and then females being longer and thinner. But antelope horns grow throughout their lives, and deer, they shed annually. Alrighty, but really nice to see, and now you guys can see that growth layer from the actual skull and this keratin sheath growing around it to protect this beautiful bone. Alright, we are at the rock stars burrow system, and we're busy waiting for these little ones to emerge. There's not a breath of wind. The sun is really starting to warm up. And we thought that we'd also give you folks a different perspective on this burrow system. So looking at the burrow system, multiple entrances and exits, and this is one hole at which these animals would shoot down in case of an unlikely attack. That's one entrance out of multiple entrances that they have here. But a really nice change of perspective for you folks to see the entrance down into these very, very complex interwoven systems. So yesterday we had a bit of feedback from a tracker that came out here. When we left, he said that these little meerkats only emerged at 9:30. So they are definitely hitting the snooze button. And on par, they haven't got up yet, but we're hoping with the slight change in weather that these little animals emerge very soon and we can get on to the day's business. So excavated by them, obviously they have the ability to dig with those 2.5 centimeter long claws. Another animal responsible for digging burrow systems like this would also be that little ground squirrel that we looked at. And you'll have meerkats actually inhabiting these burrow systems with ground squirrels and as well as yellow mongoose. So living as a nice, big, happy communal family, which is quite nice. It shows you that different species coming together, there's definitely a beneficial aspect in it. But a really complex system. And I mean, we counted yesterday, there's about 15 entrances over here to this burrow system. But large subterranean burrow systems like this could have 90. That is a lot of escape routes for these little animals. All right, but a wonderful, wonderful day. And just look at that scenery. We had a comment earlier about how beautiful the Kalahari is, and it is absolutely beaming with life right now.
From the Kalahari all the way to the Mara here, you can see those two giraffes. There's some activity going there, and that is what we call sparring. Look at how one will swing the neck, yes. So young bulls tend to lose their fur on the tip of the horns simply because of doing that. That is a social interaction. That is not a big fight. That is not serious. It's play fight, and that is how those two will one day defend against other big males or large males in fighting over dominance. So a fully grown giraffe sometime, you can from as long as maybe 200 meters, sometimes even 100 meters, you can hear them landing the big blows on each other. Oh, look at that one. It's just almost picking him on the ground. So they stand side by side and then swing their necks on either side. Actually, Miguel, thank you so much for your question. Do you ever get leucistic giraffes and hippos? With giraffes, I'll say yes. Actually, in one of the reserves in Kenya, we had a leucistic mother giraffe and a calf. Unfortunately, they didn't stay for long. They died from natural causes. But with the hippos, I've only seen albino hippos. I haven't seen leucistic hippo. But in this species, yes, I've seen a leucistic, and we find leucistic giraffes. I like the way they splay their legs and for firm ground and then swing their neck. That one is trying to pick the other one's leg. Quite interesting. So if it was a serious fight, the blows and the swinging of the neck will be severe, and actually after every minute you'll see them swinging their necks. So for a bull giraffe to stand his ground, they have to fight until one of them is victorious and the loser has to step away and move off. That is quite interesting of an interaction. So typically that is what they will do, and make sure that the other one falls down. And sometimes when they fall down, they take a little while to wake up. Look at their height. So I think if you fall down, most of them don't wake up to fight the one that is up. These fights sometimes they can go over for 2 days. Thank you so much for your question. Why is the giraffe tongue dark? In my opinion, I'll put it because of the vegetation that they've been eating. So the tongue can get to have that dark of a color, grayish color, because they're herbivores and most of these leaves have, and whatever they eat, have cambium. And because of the color, it keeps on maybe changing the color of their tongue. That is my opinion. So I will just show you some hippos here. We have so playful hippos. There's lots of activity, and we have one hippo out of the water. Some people ask a question why do hippos live in water? There's a story I like telling about hippos, why they live in water, because look at the size of the hippo, considering they eat grass and yet they live in the water. So that is a very intriguing question to so many people who think it's still a warm-blooded animal, it's not an amphibian, but still lives in the water. So there's a story I like telling about the hippos. You know, when God created the universe, and on the last day he was patrolling over. So he went along the river and came across the hippo in the water. So he asked the hippo, "What are you doing in the water?" "You will eat all the fishes that I've created, and fishes are the ones that belong in the water." So hippo, on his answer, he said to God, "I'm not going to eat any of the fish, but I'll only be staying in the water for rest." So God asked him, what proof do you have that you will not eat the fish? So Hippo said, whenever I walk out of the water, when I defecate, I'll always be splittering my dung so that you see that there is no evidence of bones in my dung. What a funny story I like telling. Because when you see or look around the hippo territory, it's always sprayed with dung. And I think it's one of the reasons it shows that he doesn't have bones in their feces. Very quite relaxed. See that he's walking out of the water. On a very quiet day, on a very quiet area, you see hippos walking out of the water any time of the day to go out and graze. But their typical behavior is that they only walk out the water at dusk. They'll feed the entire night and then come back to the water. They're always led by the dominant bulls. So the dominant bulls always hold a territory. Sometimes, depending on the stretch of the river, the stretch of the lake, the territory can be big or small. See, this one is returning back for a night of grazing. I wonder where he was late. It's not yet dry. We had lots of rain, so the pasture around the river is Lee, thank you so much for your question. Do hippos sleep in the water? Yes, hippos sleep in the water. They take interval sleeping. And when they are doing that, they use the buoyancy level to come up for air and then come down into the water. And sometimes, look at where they are right now. I'm suspecting they're only kneeling. They're not standing. Some of them are standing on the bottom of the water, but some are kneeling, which makes them relaxed and they can sleep in the water. Just seen one coming back to the water. So during the dry season, when pasture is not enough around where they graze, they are known to walk up to 30 kilometers round trip to graze. So one dominant bull is responsible for this pod here. The collective name is a pod or a raft of hippos. So a dominant bull will be responsible for this entire pod or raft. And as I told you, depending on the stretch of the river or the lake, he can own up to a very big or small territory. Young bulls are always not tolerated unless they submit to the dominant bull. So you can find a dominant bull responsible for up to more than 40 females. Jacqueline, thank you so much for your question. Do hippos have a season to mate? I think they mate all year round. We don't have a mating season for them, so it depends on who comes into season. So it's all year round. And sometimes you find that during the dry season we have teeny tiny calf. During the rain season we have teeny tiny calf. So it's all year round that they can mate. Hear them calling. As if they're laughing at us. I'm not sure. That big guy. Oh yes, that is the calf. So mothers take the role of protecting the calves from younger bulls and other intruders. Sometimes you see hippos with very big scars on their backs from either mothers protecting their calves or bulls fighting other younger bulls or bigger bulls. So for a bull to own up this entire territory, he has to fight and defend its territory. And some of these fights can be vicious. You see them opening their big wide mouth and their canines inflict big wounds. And due to that, some of the hippos end up dying. So if you lose you have to walk out and go find somewhere else to stay. I like the way they spray water by puffing out in their noses. This is so beautiful to see. I'm still gonna wait here as we send you over to another safari vehicle.
All right, we're still waiting for these little guys, but waiting for their emergence doesn't mean that there's nothing to see out here. While waiting for animals, there is plenty to see out here. So come with me, take a look at this. The smaller things are always very, very intriguing, and it allows one to get down close and personal with this beautiful stuff. I love to get dirty. Look at that. Amazing. Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. My mother would love me right now. All right, but what we're going to be looking at is this little line here. And the insect, yes, it's an insect that made this. We can see from the format and how the soil has been left behind that the insect would have been under the ground, pushing through the sand, and the soil behind it would have been collapsed, or would have collapsed. Oh, I can speak deliciously today. And if we carry on, we're going to end up to that little conical pit. I'm sure that we've spoken about, along the lines with other guides through this beautiful content, about antlions. This is the conical pit for an antlion, and this is the antlion in its larval stage. So they make these beautiful conical pits in sand, under trees, near mountains, and what this animal is doing is actually sitting at the bottom of this conical pit and is waiting for an unexpected ant or beetle to wander in there, and those steep walls eliminate the animal from climbing up and out. And this animal at the bottom of the conical pit can actually feel the vibrations, and sometimes will actually flick soil to bring this animal down, and then whoop, massive jaws come out, clamping on to the unexpected insect. Piercing and sucking mouth parts, very unique, only insect found with this specialized mouth structure. And this is the larval stage in which, through a period, it's busy developing, it's gathering all the nutrients that it needs to eventually come out as an adult. There's 17 species worldwide of these insects, 17 families of these insects worldwide. 15 of them are found in South Africa, and 5 are found within Tswalu itself. And within that 5 family groups, there's over 40 different species which have been recorded here on this beautiful and vast land. But really something super intriguing to see. I mean, it's something that catches one's eye. And it's more than likely in here now, but I don't want to disturb it. We're not here to disturb, alter, or change. We are here to observe and appreciate the wonders of this world. So if I had to go disturb this little insect, I'm ruining its chance of catching a potential prey. It could be exposed and something else could eat it. So by me disturbing, that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to observe. And it's very important that we live our lives with respect like that. So while we're on this beautiful tracking exercise, there's also something else very nice over here. Look at that. Moving very quickly. They're never moving slow. It always looks like they are late for something. So Glenn, maybe if you want to come this side for me. So he's going to bring you guys around. Just going to come around this side over here, where the track would make a lot more sense. All right. So this is the back pad of the animal. There's a toe, there's a toe, there's a toe, there's a toe, and that disturbance there is from the toenail itself. So looking at animals like this, we're looking at an animal with toes, so a paw with toes, and what we're going to be looking at is if it has or has not got toenails present in the track. Over here we can see there is toenails present. The general size, if you look at it, so my finger with tracking exercise, we're not allowed to use any tools to understand the track size. We have to have the tools that we're only allowed to use is our hands. So looking at the track size here now, we're looking at about 5 centimeters. The claws being presented in the track, and then if you look very carefully, you can see that defined line. Look how the toes split from one another, but they create this negative pressure. So what I'm talking about, negative space, if I put my hand down here like this, where my hand has applied pressure, that's where my weight is being distributed. But in between here, this is referred to as negative space, the section in between my fingers. So if we use that principle and we come back to this lovely track, the toes have created negative space, which actually make a beautiful X. I'm sure other guides would have shown you this. Obviously, the sand can be very tricky out here, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of dedication. Oh, my word. I should be fired. Oh, I touched the track. All right. So if I put those two blades of grass there, you can see how the toes have created negative space. So a combination of the pad itself, the structure of it, how the toes are placed, the X, and as well as the toenail. We can also look at how the animal is walking. It's quite a nice gap between this pad and this one over here. Going quite quickly, this would be a jackal. Reading and understanding what is left behind in this beautiful substratum is such a privilege. And trackers along with guides that enjoy this ancient and dying art it's really a privilege. And watching trackers understand and become an animal while tracking it is truly breathtaking. And it's something that here on Tswalu we're trying to stimulate. So Tswalu is in association with the Tracker Academy, and we are trying to stimulate young minds of South Africa on teaching them this ancient art. What is the coolest animal I've ever seen, Edward? You guys are going to have to go Google this. It's an animal called a nudibranch. Nudibranch. Take a look at that mind-melting stuff. That is my favorite animal as well. It's a highly specialized sea slug. Comes in a variety of different colors and as well as body forms. And they inhabit the coastal regions of South Africa and as well as around the world. Really intriguing little animals. So take a look over here. Is that something there? Do we have a little head? So, nobody for now, but we're going to hold tight here. We'll see you soon.
If there's any species that is interesting to see or to watch, are the meerkats. Back here we have our giraffes. They're still play fighting, necking. Okay, those are two young bulls, and I'm sure that will be practical one day in future when they become mature bulls. We have a bird that has landed just to the edge of the water. We have the grey heron. So these birds sometimes are mistaken to be the black-headed heron, simply because they are all the same size and height. But one significant thing that you can tell is when you look just behind their neck and on the head, they have that black dark lining. Sometimes on the black-headed heron, there's something like a crest just hangs. The crest on the back of their head is longer. I like the way they look at whatever they want to get. Look at the eye. So this bird has a typical, like a binocular vision because of the positioning of the eye. Sometimes you find them in the grass or open grassland or open area, or sometimes you can find them in the marshes. This bird has a unique way of hunting for frogs, tadpoles, and even the catfish. So during the time that the ponds are drying, this bird will walk to a pond and splay out the wings, hence the name umbrella bird. So when they splay out their wings, they create a shade. And during those times when the ponds are drying up, so there's little water. And sometimes these fishes and the tadpoles, whatever is in the water, gets lots of heat because the waters are too hot. So when this bird spreads its wing, it creates shade, and those tadpoles, fish, and whatever that is in the water comes up for shade. And if that happens, this is when the bird takes an advantage of picking that fish or frog or tadpole. They're known to also eat frogs, snakes. I once saw this bird take an 80 centimeter long snake. Sometimes you see them also eating grass rats and mice. Not long ago, about 3 days ago, I saw one swallowing a small rat. They're so patient. Look at the legs there. Very tall legs, especially adapted for walking into the grasses and into those ponds. I think he wants to go into the water, or maybe on the edges of the water. I've seen them hunting for catfish in the river. They're so patient, sometimes you might think that they are having a rest or sleeping. Mark, thank you so much for your question. What predators do they fear? They will fear predators like the savo cat. Savo cat is specially adopted for hunting in this kind of long grass. Of course, jackals and even leopards. So any cat this bird will fall prey to it. Sometimes even lion. If a lion gets to an opportunity where it's too close to catch a bird, like this heron over here, it'll definitely go after. So they're always fearful of those predators. So I'll say jackal, hyena, leopard, lion, and sometimes the big eagles like the marshall eagle and the African fish eagle. I've seen once a fish eagle going after a heron, which was super cool to see. Seems like our giraffes have gotten used to us. We've really habituated them. See lots of them seated. See one is actually walking closer to us, while the two have ignored our presence. They're carrying on with their play fight or sparring. So giraffes live in an unstable herd. We have young ones. We have older giraffes. Oh, that is a little groom there coming to say hi. That is super cool to see. So the big bulls sometimes they don't associate themselves with these herds. You see them walking by themselves. So even though we see them here, we don't commonly see them around here, but they cover a big home range, not territory. You can imagine because of how scattered the trees are and the bushes, so they have to walk a long way to find food because giraffes depend on browsing on leaves and twigs. So they have to cover a long distance sometimes. When they're avoiding predators, they use their legs, they're strong, they have Daniel, thank you so much for your question. Do they need fresh, clean water? I'll say they will need clean water that is not polluted. Luckily here we don't have pollution. So the authority, the National Environmental Management Authority, has made sure that people have not encroached near the rivers. And being a source of livelihood and life for this entire ecosystem, the Mara River is very well protected. So pollution will affect most animals. So these animals don't necessarily need fresh or clean water, but when the water is running, so it makes it clean or washes off the hippo dung. So they have all these species around here, they have a specially modified stomach which have the bacteria that can prevent them from getting sick from drinking waters like this. If humans drink this kind of water, I'm sure you'll get stomach upset. But for these animals, they only require a non-polluted water source. Those two seems they're not stopping. It seems like a very nice, serene area to watch these giraffes. I'm still gonna hang around with them. Remember, we're coming to you live, #WildEarth. Kids question at wildearth.tv, on your YouTube comment section at FC. Let's send you over to another safari vehicle.
We hope is that the rain is going to possibly hold off a little bit longer. I apologize for our absence. We had an internet disaster, which meant that we could not broadcast. And we had a nice herd of elephants for you, so we had to go home. Anyway, we've got all that sorted out, and we'll head back towards where those elephants were and hopefully spend a bit of time with them. Rain got pretty hard, then it eased off, then it got pretty hard again. So it's certainly making for a technically difficult time of it here, but we're doing it. It's always nice to see what emerges as the weather turns and changes. And this is definitely going to, I think, provide a strong flush of green and bring to an end what was a very short fire season. I predicted a fairly dangerous fire season this year, but that has not come to pass because the rains have come before anything could really burn, which is both good and bad. Fires out here are necessary from time to time. Ah, yes, James, I think that's a distinct possibility. Jane, hoping for giant African land snails. They could come out. As soon as it warms up, a lot of animals, remember, estivate rather than hibernate. So they go into a state of torpor because there's no water. And now with water around and a little bit of warmth, they'll definitely start emerging. Our elephants were just down near Treehouse Waterhole where we were earlier. Have I ever had a memorable sighting in the rain? I'm sure I must have had a memorable sighting in the rain. I'm just trying to think of one. Plenty of memorable sightings in the Mara rain. You know, when you're watching something amazing unfold. We watched a cheetah hunt in the rain once. We couldn't broadcast it because unfortunately we had lost our aerial. Trying to think of a particularly memorable rain sighting. Wild dogs hunting in the rain before? Nothing is striking me. I have definitely had many memorable sightings in the rain, but nothing that kind of sticks out and says that is the greatest sighting I have ever had in the rain. Trying to think if we've had any great leopard sightings in the rain. Leopard cubs, maybe. I remember doing one TV show. It was raining, and I mean those TV shows that we did for National Geographic once or twice were, not once or twice, many times, but the initial ones especially, there were just three of us. It was me in the tent and Brent and Jamie, who are no longer here, working out in the field. Oh, they're the elephants. And Brent came down to this area, and Shongile and Hosana, two leopards, aged, they must have been So it was around about this time of the year, so March, April, May, June, July, August, September. They were about 7 months old. And I remember we were terrified when we got up in the morning because it was raining and horrible, and we thought we were going to have a TV show with nothing. And those two little cats played in a puddle just down here for a long time, and they had a great time for the whole show. So that was memorable. Here are the elephants. Hooray. Enjoying a little bit of greenery. And when we found them initially, and Paul said to me, you know, how do they like the rain? How do they cope with it? And I think, as I've said to many of you before, what happens is that they don't really have a choice. It's not like they understand what it's like to be in shelter. They definitely understand what it's like to be dry, but they don't understand shelter or anything like that. So I just think they get on with it. They don't really think to themselves, gosh, this is unpleasant, I'd like to be undercover. Because they can't be, and never have been. I do think the little ones probably feel it more than the adults, though, because they are so much smaller, and so they probably do get colder. Two funny little things digging there. The little one, I think, started that hole and has now been excluded from it. Very sweet. No, Victoria, I don't think that rain changes the elephant's behaviour hugely. I suppose on a micro level it does, because it will affect the vegetation and will probably affect what vegetation they select, because different things will start to flush and flower, and they may select or not select for different plants depending on what effect the rain has on them. I don't think they necessarily, I mean, they probably do seek out, if the wind was blowing, I think they'd seek out some thicker bush to be in. Because I think they don't like the feeling of cold wind on their bodies if they can avoid it. But otherwise, you know, they must eat. They must eat for so many hours every day that I don't think it makes a huge difference. You see this young bull's had a lot of rain on him during the course of the morning. And many of you still commenting on the sound of the rain and how much you're enjoying it. It is lovely, especially when the thunder starts to roll. Laurel, given how many elephants have lived in Africa over the course of time, I would say it is inevitable that an elephant has been struck by lightning at some stage. I've never seen one and I've never heard of one, but I'm sure it's happened. I'm pretty sure, just like a human being, if they got struck by lightning, survival wouldn't really be possible if they got hit properly. Lightning is something that we're quite careful of. If it does start to lightning, and I really don't think it will, then we'll head home. But we are quite careful of it here because you get quite a lot of lightning. Taking on quite a tree, this young bull. can see he's not trying to escape from the water or anything like that. Consulting detective, if I've understood you correctly, you're saying you bet being in the rain for the elephants is like swimming. I would agree with you, except to say that I think they only swim when it's really hot, or normally. You know, they can choose whether to swim or not to swim, whereas they can't choose whether they're going to be wet by the rain. But yeah, I'm sure the feeling's quite similar. It's really starting to come down now. But luckily, as I said earlier, the wind isn't blowing, so it's not hitting us. We're perfectly sheltered in our car. Just imagine what the vegetation would look like if there were no elephants here. It would be a totally different shape. I'm going to sit with this young bull and see if he continues to feed with us or if he gets a bit nervous and carries on to follow his mum.
I like watching the elephant interaction. And now we have giraffes here, which have given us a very nice interaction. We have the ones looking at facing the back there, and we have the ones at the back who were necking a little bit earlier. It was not a serious fight, though, or not serious. They only give us soft blows. That is what we call necking. They're all quite relaxed, close to this river. And we hope maybe they might decide to come and cross. I've seen, excuse me, I've seen lots of giraffes one time crossing the Mara River. There were about 21 giraffes crossing to the other side. So giraffes don't do a migration, and they don't often cross the river, but when there's an opportunity to go to the other side, they always cross the river. So as they relax, they'll soon wake up and go to browse or maybe graze. In the cooler part of the day, in the morning and the evening, you can see them very active. And during the scorching sun or during the day, around maybe noon or maybe at 3, when the sun is too hot in this part of the savannah, you find that they'll stop and rest. We have 2 hippos there. Things like they're sparring there. We have a lot of sparring this morning. From the giraffe sparring to the hippos sparring. Those 2 are young ones, and they're not happy with each other. See them when they're opening their wide mouth, displaying their teeth. So when the hippos are aggressive, that is what they do. They aggressive display by opening their mouth wide and snapping. So if it was a serious fight, they'll be in the water, and sometimes we'll see them scooping water onto the other and opening and shutting their mouth in a very big snap. Yeah, that is how typically of a display one shows when they're angered. Alice, thank you so much for your question. Are hippos herbivores? Yes, hippos are herbivores despite them being in the water. Yes, they are herbivores. As you can see, they are actually grazing there. Oh, these 2 are going after one another. So these are 2 young bulls. And I'm sure that is what they'll use in future when they're defending from the big males or when they want to take over territory. So if it was a serious fight, you'll see them biting each other and pushing actually. seemed like a very nice morning today. Lots of activity, lot of animal interaction. So interesting thing is when they are grazing, they actually don't grasp grass with their teeth. Their lips are super strong. They use that to grasp grass and then chew. So the canines come in a defensive way. They use that for defense. They actually don't use their canines to feed or to pluck grass. Wow, that one is enjoying the grass along the riverbed. It's interesting because most of the rivers or lakes just towards closer to the riverbanks, the grass is always very short, low. Looks like a lawnmower just passed there. So I like calling this the lawnmowers because of how they feed in a very typical way, where the grass is always super level. Those two are not stopping yet. Yes, that is typical of what happens in a serious fight. But these two are just playing, that is called a play fight. But the other two, they're minding on their business, just grazing. Not quite sure how many hippos we have along the river or in this river, but I reckon more than up to 4,000 hippos. Sometimes these hippos, when they defecate, this water smells and stinks because of hippo poop. But after the rains, the water carries away the poop. We have species that take advantage of the dung, especially the catfish. So even though they spoil or defecate in the water, there are some species that take advantage of that. So in this ecosystem, we have what we call ecological balance. So when a lion kills a wildebeest, whatever is left is devoured or utilized by scavengers. In the water, when they defecate, the poop is utilized by the catfish. So nothing in this ecosystem goes to waste. Very much interesting. Look at them, they look like rocks. So the water path, or the path that run from the water towards the grazing ground, are utilized by most animals and even people in this kind of environment. So they also play an important role in creating path for other wildlife to come and drink water. So how important is that? So I'm going to find something else, and as I do so, let's run over to another safari vehicle.
I nodded off briefly here, enjoying the presence of the elephants and the patter of the rain. Another group has come through to the same place that the first group were at, digging in the same hole. And here comes a big cow now to feed on the same tree that the young bull was feeding on. Hello, my dear. It's good to meet you with her little baby. Hi. She's going to disappear from view because of the tent that's been bought. She's going to be unable to film next to. I don't know why she's decided to come this way. She's come from miles away. She's just feeding on a little bush next to us, very quietly. And she and the little one are moving off. Hi. Oh, that's so special. Good morning. Are you enjoying the rain? Probably more than we are. It was amazing. That was just one of those really touching moments. Just walked off behind us, carried on going. Lifted her head, just looked, stopped very briefly next to us, and I looked into her ruby red eye and she just carried on moving. Now there's a lot of this digging and throwing of sand going on around us. That's in that hole, and then there's one off to the right of us doing the same thing. And I think maybe they like the feeling of dry sand on their skins when the skin is wet. And I just wonder even feeling of mud and the coating of sand sticking to the wet skin doesn't actually warm them up slightly. Just sort of breaks the wind a bit. I could start the car and move forward and get a better view, but I just think that being silent here has created an ambience where the elephants are just ignoring us totally. So I think I'm not going to. I'm just going to put up with the picture as it is. Now you'll hear a lot of people say that they throw sand on themselves to get rid of ectoparasites. I'm not entirely sure that that's true. I don't know how many studies have been done to show that elephants who don't do it have a greater parasite load than those who do. I suspect it's one of those stories that has become thought of as obviously true, but has never actually been tested properly. Young bull having a great time. Now, there are about 3 or 4 different herds that have come through here. 2 of them have headed up to the left of the one you're looking at, and then 2 have gone or are heading sort of behind us. And I think this chap belongs to one of the herds that's heading off behind us. The rain starts to fall even harder. I'm hoping that he will stay exactly where he is. Excuse me. Digging away, relaxed as you like. And I watched another 10 or so float gently through the woodland to the right of me. And so we'll sit with him until he moves and then probably follow the herd.
Finally, we have activity. I was beginning to think they don't like me anymore. we have emergence of one individual, obviously coming out with great caution, as they have to do. So let's just take a look who it is, see if we can idea. Good morning, meerkat. In the past 20 or so minutes, the sun has really turned up the heat, and we are starting to cook with gas right now. Looks like he's sitting in a lazy boy. Look at that. So propping himself up with that tail, obviously very, very important tool. The tail is not only used to prop the animal up like this while sitting and standing, but the tail is also used for a very important tool while running through the thick grass. Tails being erect, they're used as visual beacons so that each individual can see where they are. But being at the burrow, they don't need to worry about that. Safety is number one right now. So this individual is looking for anybody or anything sitting near the burrow entrances. And once the all clear has been given, you'll slowly start to see the individual is emerging. So I just mentioned my favorite animal, or the coolest animal I've seen, was the nudibranch. It's actually nudibranch. My apologies. My excitement. Yay! I'm excited too. I'm literally smiling from ear to ear. I was beginning to think that they tricked us again, and myself and Glenn were going to have to carry equipment, get a nice little walk in again this morning. But thank you, Mother Nature. How wonderful. But really nice to finally see them. We haven't been back to the Rockstars for about 4 days now. And so it'll be really nice to get a full update to see that everybody's safe and healthy and good condition. And then obviously just making sure of the dynamics and what's going on here. So it is a bit late for them, but hey, like I mentioned yesterday, they're not set onto our time schedule. So it's when they feel they are ready to emerge. And that's a very important thing. Patience, once again, just allowing Mother Nature to do what it has been doing for a very long time. It's because we in this fast-tracked hustle and bustle that we think, where are they? And even sometimes I get impatient and I'm like, okay, maybe they don't like me anymore. But Mother Nature just shows you, once you're patient, you are rewarded with spectacular scenes such as this. So those dark eye rings coming into vital play now for this little animal, just to minimize glare and absorb all that brightness that's being generated by the sun. So that now is a very important feature, that he can look under bushes very carefully. Because if you had a bit of glare hitting your eye, that means your eyesight is affected. And if your eyesight's affected, that means there's a potential gap for something to rush up and get you, or you might miss a potential predator sitting close to these burrow systems. African wildcats frequently sit in and around these burrow entrances and wait for the emergence of meerkats. And as soon as they emerge, boom, that's it. Caracal as well, or we call it in South Africa a rooikat, red cat. Beautiful lynx-like looking animal, also a very specialist hunter. And you'd also be waiting for unexpected meerkats. Remember, they haven't had that coffee yet, so they're still a bit sluggish. So individuals with more experience coming out like this to make sure that the coast is clear is very, very important before emergence. Lincoln, there is 7 individuals within this group. 7 individuals. These are all adults now at this stage. Typically anywhere from 7 to 15. But larger groups you can get up to 30, 40 individuals. Also, that is, resources are a very big factor for a group to grow to that size. But also groups that are larger really have a bit of difficulty communicating when moving through this landscape. Communication, verbal communication, sound or communication is very important, how they keep tabs on one another. So when groups get too big, that's when communication becomes a little bit of a difficult task, and so you'll have dispersal. But this group's still nice, small, tight-knit, 7 individuals, and hopefully with approaching rains in a couple of weeks, we might have new members to this group. There'll be an alpha male and female, which would normally be the only one that breeds. One alpha female giving birth. Larger groups, you can have an occurrence of the beta female giving birth as well. Meerkats are always on the lookout. They have got the best security system there is. Being in a group, more members, more eyes, more ears. The eyesight is phenomenal, so you can see every now and then this individual looking up. They are taken out by aerial predators quite frequently, so their sanitary system is a very efficient way in how they stay safe. So there'll be individuals in a position that they are constantly on the lookout. So when these animals go off and forage, that will be in the next 20 or so minutes, you'll have an individual that takes up this very, very important role or duty, let me say it that. And all the other members would feed, and this individual will just be on the lookout. He will not break visual cue of the landscape. He will not feed. He will not do anything. He is dedicated to the safety of the colony. It's played out mainly by males. They like to play out this sentry role, and it's very important how this individual takes this responsibility so seriously to ensure the safety of his members within the group.
I'm sure those meerkats would love to get their paws on this millipede. Isn't this really exciting? It's raining, it's wet, and that's just perfect for a millipede going about its business. You can hear the rain as well. So it's the first one I've seen in a long time, obviously, because they like when it is wet, because that also means that the food that they like to eat, they're detritivores, so they like to eat decomposed organic matter. And the more water there is around, the easier that vegetation will decompose, making a tasty meal for our millipede here. Look at the antennae moving around. So much to do. The heavens have opened for you, millipede. You'll see a lot of them emerging now. I'm also expecting to see some tortoises, some African land snails, and some mushrooms. That would be really, really nice. Oh! Those that lightning strike. That lightning strike was right above us. Oh, could you hear that? Isn't that amazing? Sorry, Gwen, I got a question about whether they're poisonous. Just want to grab that name from you again. You were spoken over by the thunder. Ratata, you wanted to know whether they're poisonous. They're not poisonous. For something to be poisonous, they have to accumulate poison in them, so they've got to get it from somewhere else. But I know what you mean. You mean maybe venomous. Venomous means when a substance that is bad for you or for any other animal is created within the body. And they are not venomous. centipedes, which look similar but are actually not closely related to a millipede. Those are venomous. Now, millipedes can secrete, or they have a few secretions. Some of them have hydrochloric acid in them, but most of the time they don't even cause any kind of feeling on your hands. They can cause some discoloration, but they don't really hurt you. This is like the centipede's docile cousin. Centipedes are carnivorous, millipedes are detritivores. Millipedes are harmless, centipedes are not, they're venomous. They're fast-moving. Millipedes take it a little bit more easy. Centipedes have 1 pair of legs per segment. Millipedes have 2 pairs of legs per segment, except for the first segment where there's no legs, and then about the second, third, and fourth. I think maybe a few after that, but I'm for sure the second, third, and fourth have only 1 pair of legs. So everything after that has 2 pairs per segment. And that happens as the larvae is growing. And there's actually some fusion that happens at that stage, which causes those segments that we're very used to have 2 pairs of legs. And despite the name, the common name, calling them 1,000 legs, I think the record is only about 750 legs. The precision with which and the way that they orchestrate the movement of all those legs is just phenomenal. Unbelievable. The largest millipede we get now, I think, is the giant African millipede. I've seen it here before, but definitely not as big as some extinct species that used to be about 2 meters during the Silurian period.
A little further out the burrow, this individual has emerged, still keeping a watchful eye. So just on other questions that I asked earlier, they have a very efficient sensory duty. And within a colony of meerkats, there's a defined labor of division of labor. Everybody has got a specific role to play. And males that perform this sensory duty take it very, very seriously. So now this individual, this is actually a female that's come out. If you can get nice and close, you can actually see on the belly, you can actually see the nipples. So a very clear indication that this is a little female. But when they emerge and start to move off for the day's foraging, the individual within that position will climb onto termite mounds, into small trees, anywhere where the animal can get a bit of height advantage, it would use it to its benefit. And that's ensuring that this little animal can just get a further view in search of any threats before they come too close to the actual colony. If things do go a little bit south, they have quick response. They are lightning quick. And they would dash for what we refer to as a bolt hole in their territory, which is roughly 5 kilometers. It would vary depending where you are, prey availability. They would have multiple hundreds of what we refer to as bolt holes. So these are small... Oh, oryx on the right there, look. Sorry, guys, because just an oryx running in the distance over here. Look how beautiful that is. It just came over the horizon and saw us. But look at the animal in movement. Beautiful. And he's just looking at us now. Obviously just very confused in what we are. We don't look like the normal meerkat. Unless I strike the pose. Joyce, do they forage far away from the den when they've got pups? I think that's what was the question. I didn't really hear it, but when they've got pups, this colony will be locked to a specific burrow system. If they don't have pups, they will change burrows throughout the days. But if they have pups locked to this burrow system, they would venture out anywhere between 1 and 3 kilometers in search of food, and then returning back to this burrow system where they would have left a babysitter in charge of the little ones while the rest of the colony went out and got the day's food. That division of labor is a very efficient way on how these animals make this environment work, because you can't leave those pups by themselves unattended. That scent lingering out, a snake in the vicinity, that is just disastrous for these little ones. So they need some form of protection and guidance. So on average 1 to 3 kilometers they'll venture out and then returning to this burrow system on the approach of sunset. And then once they approach the burrow system, they'll actually relieve the babysitter. And the babysitter for the last bit of the afternoon would venture out around the burrow and see what it can get for a meal before the onset of night. And then once the darkness approaches, they are all underground, not emerging unless they absolutely have to. I think maybe I should try my meerkat call to see if they would come out. But you can see now that animal using that. Oh, what a beautiful view. Look at that, eh? And look how small that animal is at the moment that Gilen's got this beautiful wide view. I mean, that animal is minute. So this is unfortunately why so many things predate on them. They're small size, they're a quick meal. So raptors, big threats. Snakes, big threats. Smaller carnivores like jackal, caracal, African wildcat. Those are all major threats for these little animals. You can see how efficient that little tail is being used as a tool. Very, very nice.
Meerkats are so interesting to watch as they interact or maybe play around or even when they're foraging. Now here in the Mara we have a lone hippo bull. So I'm suspecting this hippo bull was displaced from the river. Look at where he is in the marsh. So when it rains, the small pools and the extension of the river, depending on how full the river was, leave water pools within the savanna, and the displaced bulls use or utilize these pools. So he's been here for quite a while. So this is his home. He'll spend the rest of his time here, because I'm sure if he tries goes to the river, he has to fight to oust another bull from the river on or from the herd or the pod. So this is very important. And sometimes when it dries up, these hippos have to walk a long distance before they get to a place where they can find another water area. So let's take it for example, the Mara River dried out. The hippos also have to migrate. And sometimes you see even crocodiles migrating. There's a place in northern Kenya where the river had dried up, and you could see crocodiles migrating up at night. There's adequate food here, there's enough water, it's fresh. We have lots of birds that come in here. Sometimes you even see elephants coming in here. So this hippo is at a happy place. So before he came here, he tried to go to a different area where he could try and settle, but he was not wanted. So he walked out and decided to come and take this place as a second home. Now this pond is stretching about 600 meters. So sometimes when the hippos are walking out from the river, they also pass by here And sometimes you can find females coming here, and if that happens, sometimes they can even mate with him. But territorial bulls are very, very aggressive. And sometimes when the hippos are out grazing, the territorial bulls mark their territory, and they always watch and safeguard the rest of the pod. Laura, thank you so much for your question. Are there different types of hippo? We have this hippo around here, and we have the pygmy hippo. So we have another species called the pygmy hippo, but not found in East Africa. So here in East Africa, we only find this, the common hippo. And further down going to Zaire, we find the pygmy hippo, which is smaller in size as compared to this one here. This pond is not deep, so he can sleep there without having to pop up for air. Look at how he's blowing the bubbles in the water. Sometimes hippos will prefer being in the water because on the edges of the banks where they are, maybe the river bank or the lake shores, there's some flies that nest or lay their eggs there. Those flies are so irritative towards these creatures. Even though they have a thick skin about 5 to 6 centimeters, those flies, call them the hippo flies, really irritate them. So as we stay here at the Hippo Lounge, the Lone Hippo Lounge, we'll send you over to another safari vehicle.
Here we have got precisely what I was talking about a little bit earlier, an animal that does not go dormant because of the cold so much as the dry, and as soon as the water has come out, so has the leopard tortoise. This is a particularly old example for this area, I think. She's done well to get that far in life. I say she, it looks like a female to me. Seems to have a convex plastron. Not particularly enthusiastic tortoise. I think she's actually drinking from the puddle on the road. I just don't want to move because as soon as I start the engine, she just folds up and becomes a stone. Now she is doing some lengthening or stretching exercises. Oh, here comes an elephant. That's quite fun. He's obviously put out that he's not the focus of attention anymore. Oh, tortoise turning around to give us a remarkable view of the entire animal from the side. Now making its way at high speed back towards the burrow from whence it came, I suspect. It's very difficult to be a tortoise. Yes, the slowest possible lane, well, with the exception perhaps of the snail, which lives in an even slower lane, Sarah. It's actually remarkable how many times you put the camera on a tortoise and the director says, yeah, I'll come to you now, in no rush at all, because it's a tortoise, right? You look back 2 seconds later and the thing's gone. So they can be quite sneaky. Let's see where the sneaky tortoise goes. Maybe looking for something to eat. Daniel, as I said, I'm pretty sure it's a female because it's got a convex plastron. That's the underside of the shell. Concave one belongs to males and didn't seem to have a very sharp rear scoot. In other words, there's a gap between carapace and plaston that would allow for mating. I could be wrong, I didn't have a very close look. Fascinating high-action tortoise sighting here. Moving at roughly 3 inches a minute, which for a tortoise is really fast. Not really. You may note a hint of sarcasm in my voice. Just a hint. I wonder if the tortoise is going back into the burrow or just looking for a place to hide. Probably just a place to hide from us. We'll carry on and see if we can get more of our elephants.
Everybody is out. All 7 individuals healthy, looking good. Everybody got their own little spot, basking in the sun, taking it easy, thinking about breakfast already. Glenn, can you go to the one on the right there for us? There's one that's sitting with its back towards us, and I just want you folks to see the beautiful patterning that this animal has on its dorsal section, or its back. Beautiful stripy pattern running across its back. And that is a really nice adaptation, so that when these animals are foraging through this environment, if there's an aerial predator going over, that pattern scheme is allowing this animal to blend in with
So we're here in the Mara. We have a very beautiful looking plant. So this plant is evenly distributed here in Kenya. It's used as an ornamental plant, but we have other uses. It's called Senna didymobotria. Senna is an Arabic word which means bush. So this plant has been used traditionally from my local tradition, which is Samburu. We use this sometimes when you hear about snake bites. So we'll chew on the leaves and the bark and then place it on the snake bite area. So this plant has no predator, nothing eats on this plant. It flowers all year round. So it's a very, very important plant to note that we use this to heal or to make a patient well before you get to a doctor, especially from a snake bite. Senna bush or Senna didymobotria, that is a very, very important plant to see, as we're still hoping to find something else to find. We have a female giraffe not far from here, eating on a kafa bush with lots of oxpeckers on her back. Look at how cute she is. Look at the plain there. We have lots of giraffe in the background. Buba, thank you so much for your question. Yes, wildlife use some of these plants as cure. All the plants that we have within this ecosystem have medicinal value. And some of this, I remember growing up, my mother or my dad sometime will mix a concoction of the bark of an acacia tree to cure stomach ailments. We use other plants for malaria. So when these herbivores eat these plants, they actually get their bodies immune to certain diseases that attack them. So yes, they get cure and also make them immune, so making them less prone to diseases here in the wild. Because of the rain yesterday, there were some fresh shoots that popped up from that cover bush, and I think that's why the giraffe is enjoying that meal there. Oh, she's decided to walk away while the oxpeckers are hitchhiking a ride. I like them when they're walking and picking up branches and leaving other branches, making them selective feeders. Look at how beautiful her mane is, and the oxpecker there. Oh, seems like she has a toothpick there. Interesting how she grasps with the tongue and then chew with the lower molars. Look at how dark the tongue is. See, she keeps on turning and moving around about in that the same bush. So picking for the fresh shoots. Now it's given up with the bush, so it's walking away to another area or maybe turning around to a different side. Yes. I think there's more fresh there. I might pick some few leaves here, which looks nutritious. So they prefer the fresh because they're more nutritious than the old dry ones. And that is what simply happens after the rains. They take advantage of that. Very beautiful mane. I can see the oxpeckers grooming her mane. These oxpeckers play a very important role, symbiotic relationship, where they'll groom and take the ticks off, and sometimes they also alert these animals of incoming predator. That's the red-billed oxpecker there. Busy grooming the neck. It's so important because Michelle, thank you so much. I think I've had so many wonderful sightings. I can't even name them, but one of my memorable sightings is when I saw a giraffe giving birth. So it was early in the morning at around 9. I saw a giraffe looking like unrelaxed. Little did I know she was about to give birth. I tell you what, that giraffe took about more than 6 hours before she dropped the baby. So I seated there, waited the all morning, went back to camp for lunch, and then when I came back, I found when she was almost letting or giving birth. So I've seen a giraffe giving birth, and it took 6 hours. That was one of my most amazing sightings actually to see. Thank you, Michelle, for asking. It reminds me long ago when I was watching that giving birth. There's lots of giraffe also in the backdrop there. Lots of grazing going around. Lots of birds there. So we're going to leave this giraffe to feed as we find something else. And as we're doing so, let's jump you over to another safari vehicle.
We have got the bottom of an elephant there for you. Fantastic. We had a lovely sighting of its face until it heard it was going to be on TV, and it turned around. Let me try and get a better view. There's one behind us that might provide a better view. Hang on. There we are. Very relaxed, chewing on a large tussock. And now having a good scratch. Yes. Nice to have your belly scratched, even if it is by the bush's hardest wood. Brightening up a little bit. I don't know if that means the weather is lifting. I don't think so. I think it's just a kind of break in the storm. What's interesting is that the weather seems to be blowing in all different directions. At one stage, now it seems to be coming from the northwest. And what is interesting also is that the focus of just about everything has been on the flowers of the russet and red bush willows. Obviously very delicious. Again, slightly better view. Some others coming up behind us. It's lovely. Very lucky on a day like today when finding things can be very tricky indeed. There's one. Get out of the way. Oh. This one not going for flowers but for leaves.
We have a group of baboons busy feeding there, and we have lots of birds, the sacred ibis. You can see the baboon, one mother baboon is carrying the baby towards the right. Very, very interesting to see when these little tiny baboons are enjoying the ride, jockey riding on the mother's back. So baboons will carry their baby on the back when they're about 3 months old. And from birth to about 2.5, almost 3, they'll be riding on their mom's bellies. So there's a big troop here, all enjoying the fresh grass that pops up on the ground after the rains and the seeds. Sometimes you will see them lifting rocks, picking spiders, scorpions, millipedes, and other insects. So sometimes you find them associating themselves with impalas and other antelopes, especially when they are up on trees. But during a time like this, when there's plenty of food, you'll see them on open grassland where they are feeding. But when they're feeding up on trees, especially when the fruits are ripe, most antelopes love being under the trees because whatever falls from the baboons disturbing them, this little scrap that are left over, they fall on the ground, and the antelopes get an advantage of that. They also like associating themselves with baboons because the dominant or the alpha males are sometimes sentinel on higher ground watching over for predators. Baboons are super intelligent such that they have different alarm calls. And sometimes most of these plains game have learned to pick on the alarm calls. You find they'll bark at predators, chirp over. So different alarm calls means different kind of species. Sometimes they have a different call for python, a big reptile. They have a different alarm call for leopard, lion, and even when they see man. I like the way they keep on feeding super fast. Look at that one there. Seems like they saw plenty of food here. I think the rains have done a good job giving most animals adequate supply of food. Yes, that grass looks sweet. Yeah, pick another stem. And they only eat a particular part, the seeds and the roots, leaving the entire stalk. So they'll take turn walking from one area to another, and in the evening they return to their roosting tree. Beverly, thank you for your question. No, the red oak grass is not the only grass in the Mara. It's only the predominant grass here in the Mara. We have elephant grass, we have rat-tail grass, we have finger grass, we have star grass, we have the elephant. We have all sorts of different types of grass, but the predominant one is the red oak grass, which sometimes looks like oat. The reason why it's called the red oat grass. You have Egyptian geese and the sacred ibis also enjoy it. So they eat the crustaceans, the vertebrates, sometimes the tadpoles, and other insects that are in those water. And sometimes also they eat the seeds, the grass seeds that pop up. See how that one is busy feeding. You can see the heron there is also timing something in the grass. There's lots of activity after the rains. I love going to the marshes because it's a hive of activity. We have plains game, we have birds, we have baboons, and different interactions that fill up these places. Look at that Egyptian geese. The noisy ones are the female. They go quack, 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 and then the males go like shh, shh, shh. Keep quiet. The baboon is still feeding there. I'm sure there's an alpha male out there somewhere, sentinel watching over for predators. So because there's adequate water here, so they don't need to go to the river. And I've seen them walking to the river, they're super clever. They have to watch over for crocodiles. And sometimes they use or pick where there's a rocky area where the water is torrent, and that's where they go drink. But here, why do you need to go to the river if there's adequate water and lots of food supply for you? Dismo, thank you so much for your question. What is the baboon's lifespan? I'll say up to about 20 or 22. They can get to that old. So we have different species. We have the olive baboon, and we have other called the yellow baboon, which is found in a park called Amboseli. It's much drier there. So you find that depending on the habitat also determines the lifespan of a species. Back to our grazing baboons. We have herons grooming themselves. We have the black-headed herons there. They're busy preening. So we leave them to preen themselves as you take you over to another safari vehicle.
I think we're live. Good. Here are the elephants. Same group moving gently down towards the west as the rain stops. And we can even see little streaks of blue sky up towards the right, which is very nice. We're not going to leave our elephants because, well, on a day like today, you take any content you can with grateful hands extended. There's still quite a bit of thundering off against the Drakensberg Mountains, though. I'm not going to try and get closer because I think he'll disappear into the bush, and we're not going to try and follow them through the bush today. So we'll deal with the picture at this distance. It's picking up new growth of the combretums. Combretums take a bit of a hammering this morning from the elephants. Oh, they're so chilled out. Let me move a bit forward now because he's moved off. So difficult to say. You know, it's difficult to quantify how sensitive a skin is. I don't know what units you'd use, but they definitely, the best example I have of elephant skin sensitivity is, let me get out the way, is the example I've given about chasing elephants out of a camp before by tossing eggs at them. Now, I mean, an egg breaking on an elephant's skin, you'd imagine, wouldn't feel like very much, given how aggressively they scratch themselves on branches and that sort of thing, and walk through thorn trees. You wouldn't think that they were particularly sensitive. But you toss an egg at an elephant and it will run like a jackrabbit, because they really hate the feeling, it would seem, of the egg on their skin. And so I would say pretty sensitive, but not necessarily painful, if you know what I mean. So they can feel stuff, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's sore, if that makes sense. But you'd imagine that, if you had a patch of skin that was so tough that you could scrape it against a black monkey thorn, you wouldn't have any feeling in it at all. You wouldn't have a sensation there. And by the way, the egg tossing technique was definitely the least, what shall we say, I suppose invasive technique. It didn't hurt the elephant at all. It just gave it a psychological disincentive to come back into the camp. Eventually got used to the eggs, though. Jacqueline, you asked a question which my small brain is now going to try and recall. No, it's gone. Let's have it again, please, Gwyn. Oh, will thunder scare them? No, I don't think so. I think maybe it would scare a young elephant, but I think that their nurturing ways would probably quickly put the little elephant's mind at ease. So I think the adults would quickly make the little one feel safe and fine, and it wouldn't be an issue. You can have another move forward a bit. I think this one's having a dig. Yes. You're all saying the elephants look relaxed. They do look relaxed. They also look quite soggy at this stage. Remember, their skin isn't actually particularly waterproof, which I always find astounding. There it is. There are lots of them around here. I mean, there must be 50 elephants dotted through this woodland, gently feeding their way towards the west. Fascinating watching the sky open up ahead. It's quite nice. They even have some sun, briefly. I think this front is going to last a couple of more days, though. I believe the country is going to be snowed upon, if you can believe it, in October. Tomorrow. Not here. It will not snow here. All right, we're going to see if we can find some other members of the herd and some sunshine.
Our giraffes have decided to go on a move. Remember, they were resting a little while earlier just by the Mara River, and now they've gone back to their daily activity, which is grazing and browsing. So we've seen lots of interaction, which was very, very nice to see. The young ones sparring. Now they're back to their normal. Because it's getting hot, I reckon that's the reason why they moved out from the open area. And soon after, they will be going into the forest area. There's lots of fresh shoots. So sometimes we see animals, especially the plain games and including elephants, not commonly seen after the rains, simply because in the less visited areas after the rains, there's more food, there's more fresh shoots. So these animals prefer walking into those areas and finding more food. These places also have adequate water, so they also love those areas. More shade, more food, and also water. You can see a journey of giraffes walking towards the screen. So when giraffes are walking, the collective name is a journey. When one is standing, it's called a tower. So whoever came with the collective name for journey, actually, that was super cool, because actually watching them walk is super nice. I like the way their legs move side by side. Actually, the right moving together while the left moving together. That's called the gait walk, which is so nice to see. Like I said earlier, they're all maybe walking into the forest area for more browsing opportunity. And look at how they keep on grazing or browsing. One will skip from bush to another. Come back again with a question. I didn't get that well. Thank you so much for your question. Have a giraffe ever chased a car? Yes, I've seen that. A giraffe chasing over a car. And to tell you what, to be honest, it was not in the Mara. I only saw that on video. But yes, I know giraffes can be aggressive towards vehicles. And I'm not sure what happened to that, what triggered anger that giraffe. But yes, I've seen on video a giraffe chasing a car. Not in the Mara, these that look like they're docile, very much habituated. We even got too close to them this morning, so that shows you that they're still friendly here. But sometimes all these animals, remember, they are all wild, so they pick up their wild or natural instincts. So they can, like us humans, they also have anger, so something can trigger their anger and do something that is not common. Because of the long neck, he can't groom himself or scratch himself with the mouth or the tongue and the teeth. That's why he's scratching on that tree, getting rid of ticks. So this tree all in this savanna or in this habitat sometimes act as a rubbing post. We've seen elephants, buffaloes, now this giraffe. They all come to trees to rub against them. And this is typically a natural behavior witnessed in most animals, especially when they're scratching off some ticks. And if you look closely in some of the trees, maybe if you have an advantage of going on a walking safari. Remember when I was herding cattle when I was young, I would come across trees and we could always compete on who will find more stuff on a rubbing tree. Sometimes we'll find ticks, hair, and lots of feathers. Wow, I like the way they walk. Seems like they've given us a very nice time this morning. She's going to pick something there. Sarah, thank you so much. Do the giraffes ever have twins? I know for sure they're able to have twins, but not that I've seen. But yes, giraffes can have twins, but it's not commonly seen. But giraffes, yes, they can have twins. So most of these animals, you find that because of predator and adaptation, most of them don't have twins. But depending on the genes, you find that in a long while, the gene pool can produce twins. So our giraffes are back into the bushes and they're slowly walking into the forest area. And I'm assuming they've had enough time. It's getting hot. So as they walk into the forest, I will drive out to find something else as we take you over to another safari vehicle. Our giraffes are in the forest area, but they're not all inside there. It's very much quiet, enough shade, lots of fresh grass there and fresh branches and leaves. See each and every giraffe, it's like they're all racing to get to fresher graze or browsing area because I can see each and every one overlapping. Crossing over, leaving one bush, going to another. I like the way they stop and stare because sometimes that can... Did you hear that hiss? Yes, I heard the hiss, if I'm not wrong. Back to their normal activity. They stop, stare, look around. And the advantage they have is their long neck and super sharp eyes, so they can watch over predators whenever they are carrying on with their daily activity. Some giraffes tend to be darker, some are lighter, and someone might think that it's different species, but no. Just like human beings, some might be dark, some might be a little bit brownish or blondie. So same case with these giraffes. As you watch them, not quite sure where they want to go. If in the forest or maybe come into the savannah, I'm going to send you over to another safari vehicle.
All right. The meerkats have left us. My heart is a little sad. With the little bit of extra temperature that we experienced this morning, they did not need a longer period to bask. Obviously, in colder mornings, they tend to bask for longer periods, but now as summer's approaching fast, they've decided it's time to move off. So we've stumbled upon this beautiful structure, a lovely ostrich egg. And we've just taken a walk around just to make sure that there's no tracks in or out. Obviously, just ensuring the safety and then giving the animal respect. But a really amazing structure. And I didn't want to touch the other one a couple of days ago, but just in my hand so that you guys can understand the sheer size of it. Look at that. That is incredible. It's the largest and heaviest egg laid by any bird. It's weighing between a kilo and about 1.5 kilograms in weight. It's phenomenal. And like I said the other day, between 20 and 24 eggs, domestic chicken eggs, content will be able to fit in this wonderful structure. But how amazing is that? So very, very useful tool would have been used by the San, so the true inhabitants of Southern Africa. When they found eggs like this, they would have made a little hole, a little incision on the top. They would have poured out the content or used it or stored it for a longer period of time. And then once this was empty, this would be used as a storage vessel. So after good rains, filling this up with water, they would plug it and they would actually dig into the soil. And they would dig at specific points that they know where they've buried this. Obviously, if you buried it, it's like hiding something from somebody. If you bury it or hide it, and you can't remember where you've hidden it, it's not really great. But they would have buried under the sand at these special points where they know where this egg is. And on their long hunting routes, obviously being hunter-gatherers or gatherer-hunters, they would utilize these vessels stored with water through these long hunts. Obviously, when they're moving and hunting, they would know these markers and the points where they have stored these beautiful, life-giving vessels of water. But an incredible egg. A female can lay up to 10, 15 eggs in a go, and you'll have these females actually making communal nests. So in a nest site, you can have 30, 40 eggs spaced out. The dominant hen would have the most secure spot, which would be in the middle out of all the subordinate hens around her, and quite remarkable, about 40 days. Ooh. 40 days. On average, about 40 days it'll take to incubate this amazing egg. And because of it being the thickest shell, I could more than likely stand on this egg before it breaks. I could support my whole weight on this egg if it was placed correctly, and it would not break. That's how strong this beautiful structure is. And remarkably, when birds hatch out of eggs, obviously this is a very nice container or package to secure a developing embryo in. Normally, birds would use what they refer to as an egg tooth. It's on the front of their beak, and they use this to basically break through the shell itself before they hatch. With ostrich, they actually do not have this little egg tooth, and how they break out their shell is quite a remarkable practice. It's via spasms. So the little one will be inside, and with its very strong muscular legs, it would spasm, and eventually the spasms and the amount of pressure applied on the egg, this little bird, this little chick will then break through. But a remarkable structure to see within the Kalahari sand, and how beautiful. Very rich, you can eat it. Very, very rich in content. And if you had to boil it, not that this makes, not that it's relevant, but if you had to boil this egg, it'll take up to 2 hours. And if you boil a domestic egg, it takes you about 5 minutes for like medium to soft boiled. 2 hours to boil this structure. If you were stranded out over here and you had absolutely no food, this would be a valuable, invaluable source of protein and as well as liquid. Hyena, brown hyena, highly sought after. I've read documentation that a hyena comes to a clutch and it would just consume as many eggs as possible. It's a very important source of food for animals out here. Other animals would be baboons. They would obviously have the ability, having opposable thumbs just like us. That is an amazing ability to hold and pick and grasp things. So the ability of having opposable thumbs and holding it, they would be able to break it. And quite a lot of force would be needed to break this. Remarkable. Yeah, pretty amazing, yes, truly amazing. And this is where if you take a look at on animals and how they reproduce, this is amazing structure. So you have all the little bits and pieces that this little developing embryo needs to develop until it hatches, but most importantly, it's able to exchange gas with the outside environment. It can't be a sealed, tight vessel. It needs to exchange, so it needs to be porous, which this is. So it exchanges gases. It's got all the nutrients needed for this little one to grow, and eventually when it's big enough, this is no longer needed, it breaks out. So really remarkable structure to see, especially the sheer size of it. It's mind-boggling for me. And I mean, I really wish I could let you guys feel this, but do yourselves a favor, pick up maybe a bag of flour that's weighing at about 1.5 kilograms and feel that, and just imagine this egg in your hand. It is truly remarkable, the weight. So the largest and heaviest egg produced by any bird species. But we're going to leave it exactly where we found it, and then I've got something else. So that's the wonderful thing about being out here. It's when you take your time and you really observe and look, you find all these wonderful and weird things. So I heard along the lines that, yes, that oh my word. Okay, let me come a little bit closer here to Glenn. I heard you guys were talking about millipedes and centipedes. Look at that. Incredible.
I'm sure if the millipedes come across here, then they will fall prey to those birds. This is a wonderful sighting. Oh, we've lost them. Those birds, we call them white-faced whistling ducks. I haven't seen them in quite a while. It's so interesting to hear. Listen to how they're whistling. Very, very cute looking birds. They have those white faces that give them the name of white-faced whistling ducks. And the reason why they're called whistling is because they whistle. Off they go back to our marsh area. It's been a very, very good morning, lots of activities, and especially after the rains, it becomes a hive of activity. We have birds that were bathing in the water. A typical behavior during this time, after the rain, you see them bathing in the water, getting fresh grass and all what they can get from the ponds here. We have the sacred ibis, we have the black-headed heron, we have the cattle egret walking into the frame now. This is so important to see, and at the marshy area we find that lots of birds prefer this because of food. Food plays a vital role in all species. So here, these birds have to depend on the marshy area. And sometimes when these marshes fall dry, these birds migrate or go to other areas where they can feed. You can see them preening themselves. Interesting thing, birds have a preening gland. They have a sac behind their backs. They have a preening oil that they use to trim and preen their feathers. It is so important to note that when birds are doing this, they're also lining and making sure that their feathers are super, super clean. The preening gland also helps them in making sure they don't get wet. So sometimes when it rains, you find that they don't really soak that wet. So as we're coming to end of our show, we really thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your comments. Please join us again this afternoon, 1600 hours and 1500 hours Central African time.